800-388-6607. 800-388-6607. 800-388-6607.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This morning, the USA is on a heightened terror threat alert, and we're hearing that the Iranian regime wants the United States to, quote, directly pay for the war rather than standing behind Israel and pursue its project without having to pay the cost. That is the word from a senior Iranian official just this morning. So this decision by President Donald J. Trump to order these strikes against 3 Iranian nuclear sites Saturday, sparking the wave of anti-U.S. sentiment in Iran. That's what they're claiming this morning in Iran. Let's talk about what happened over the weekend, and I will submit to you, and I'll go through the history of all of this, but I'll submit to you that the final decision based on the scientific evidence gave Trump no choice, the commander-in-chief, showing what leadership looks like. So when I learned this and I saw that American flag and he has it posted to his Truth Social and some of his social media accounts, in my mind, the phrase that came to mind was, he's keeping us safe. He's preventing a threatening group, regime, if you will. He's preventing them from possessing nuclear armaments. and he's keeping us safer, and he had no choice. And I'll take you through the history of why I believe that. But I do want to know from you, what phrase comes to mind? Because for me, when I witnessed this in real time at home, watching all of this unfold and saw that American flag, it took me, by the way, back to, that's what he posted, if you recall, when he took out Soleimani. But to me, this was, hey, world, this is what leadership looks like. Thank you, Mr. President. So let's take you through it as we look at what happened throughout the timeline. Operation Midnight Hammer. Saturday, this group of B-2 bombers taking off from their base in Missouri, and they were heading toward the Pacific island of Guam. Now, it turns out they were decoys, right? We now know that. And so President Donald J. Trump announcing then, at one point putting out Fordo is gone, but announcing these 3 Iranian nuclear facilities destroyed by these super bunker busting bombers that we've talked about. And then yesterday morning, Sunday morning, and even throughout the day, and as well today, we're getting more details from Pentagon officials. Here is Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane, who Trump quoted Saturday. He's known as Raising Kane. But General Kane, 4-star general, giving us these details, which are fascinating. Listen in.
At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of the plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package, comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications.
And so this, at the Sunday briefing, he was talking about part of a plan to maintain tactical surprise. And this was flawless. This is American power on display that only an extremely small number of planners and key leaders knew about in Washington, in Florida, where U.S. Central Command is also based, the real group of 7 bat-winged B-2 stealth bombers taking off from Whitman Air Force Base in Missouri. Remember I told you early last week I was watching Whitman, that Missouri Air Base, as what everybody was. So they had to be careful. This had to be stealthy. But they flew east undetected for 18 hours, keeping communications to a bare minimum, refueling midair, and that from the U.S. military as they revealed this incredible operation. So about an hour before the B-2s entered Iran, General Kane tells us that a U.S. submarine in the region launched more than 24 Tomahawk cruise missiles against these key targets, including a site in Isfahan, where uranium is prepared for enrichment. Why? Because obviously over the weekend they made the decision that Iran was getting too close to possessing nuclear weaponry. And they knew this from all of the intel. That's what they tell us. And so the Pentagon providing a map, actually, of the flight path taken by those B-2 stealth bombers, indicating their approach to Iran took them over the Mediterranean and then over Israel, then over Jordan, and then over Iraq. And so 5 p.m. Eastern time Saturday, those bombers nearing Iranian airspace, a U.S. submarine launching those 24 Tomahawks, the land attack cruise missiles that I talked about, U.S. fighter jets flew as the decoys in front of the bombers to sweep for any Iranian fighter jets and missiles. The B-2 bombers dropping those 14 bunker-busting bombs, each weighing 30,000 pounds. And that operation involving more than 125 United States military aircraft, that all according to the Pentagon that we got during that briefing. The U.S. struck the nuclear sites at Fordo and Natanz. The Fordo site, which I focused on last week, that the U.S. bombs fell for about half an hour, 30 minutes almost 30 minutes with cruise missiles firing from those submarines. An incredible show of the power, the might of the U.S. military. Nobody holds a candle to us. I also couldn't help but think to myself, in the world, we always, in the past, our media, even sometimes our presidents did not talk about how powerful we are, our might in the world. And as I look at this and we all think, oh, I'm so afraid. And you see what the media, oh, gas prices and everybody be afraid. You know what? I'm not afraid. This shows our might. This shows the power of our leadership. And you know what? Don't we have the right to say we are powerful in this world? We should not fear. I don't fear Iran. I don't fear Russia. They're weakened. I don't feel China. More than ever, I feel, you know what, world? We are powerful. You need us. We've never, ever said that. Maybe it's impolite to be the most powerful, to be blessed. But I'm saying it. Maybe you think I'm a horrible person for saying it. But sometimes it takes the mightiest, the most powerful to beat the bullies who are small, but there's still a bully in the world. And that's what Iran was. That's what Soleimani was. And I'm going to connect all these dots for you, but listen to President Donald J. Trump as he spoke out with his team behind him. Listen in. This is Saturday night.
Trump last night.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
His top military advisor said this the morning after.
Initial battle damage assessments indicate that all three sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction.
So let us go through and think about this. What's going to happen 10 years from now, 30 years from now, 50 years from now? It's something that one of you, and I apologize, was it Dave who called in? Was one of you who called in this morning and talked about this and said with regard to Donald J. Trump that the reason, because somebody said, well, how did they become a nuclear power as far as nuclear weaponry? And so one of you called in and said, you know why they have it? Because Trump wasn't president. And so, you think about this. Do you know when North Korea officially declared itself as a nuclear weapon state? Do you know when that happened officially? It was September 9th, 2022, during a speech by Kim Jong-un, Little Rocket Man, as Trump once called him, on the country's foundation day. Now, he obviously, they had been developing that since the 50s, okay, but he officially declared it during the Biden presidency, right? Because Little Rocket Man, he felt like he was Big Rocket Man on September 9th, 2022. But that's when he officially declared it, right? And so I know that they were testing it much earlier than that. But let's think about this. They conducted their first nuclear test back in 2006. And it wasn't until the declaration that it officially claimed the status of a nuclear power, according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Okay. By the way, Pakistan became a nuclear power May 28th, 1998, when it conducted its first public nuclear testing. Pakistan officially became a nuclear weapons state after conducting that. And that was, I'll take you back to May 28th, 1998. And so you think about this time in our history. Someday somebody will say, well, who was the one who prevented another country that, by the way, is accused, known, dubious, nefarious, whatever you want to say about Iran? But somebody someday is going to give credit. I think that this ages very well in the history books, because someday somebody's going to say, then President Donald J. Trump prevented Iran. It was about to become in possession. It was about to possess nuclear weapons.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Obliterated. That's the word we have. Now I'm just gonna take you back as well to January 3rd of 2020, and that's when Qasem Soleimani, right? He was killed by an American drone strike ordered by U.S. President Donald J. Trump. So many experts do say that Soleimani played a critical role in persuading Russia to intervene militarily in Syria to support the Assad regime in 2015. And then let's think about just this past December of 2024, the Assad family's brutal rule ending, which governed Syria as a hereditary totalitarian dictatorship since 1971, after that coup d'etat. And so I'm just giving you, in the perspective of history, Donald J. Trump making the world safer again, not just America. But I believe that when Trump made that decision to take out Soleimani, that led to a pathway weakening Assad, for example. And I think the Middle East is a safer place. I do. Assad runs off with his family to survive to Russia. And my hope this morning and my prayer is that the current regime in Iran, let them run off with their tails between their legs and let them run off to Russia as well and seek asylum there, just as these other bullies did and have. So to me, I think this is, I don't question it. I don't. When we think about this timeline, when we think about what we know, and my God, the precision of these strikes, something we've never seen before. I started talking about these, this type of weaponry, and we're learning more about it. These MOPS, as they call them, these deep penetrative missiles that are self-guided. And we know that with the Pentagon just testing them under this current administration in February to perfect that precision, to go through air vents in Fordo. Oh, my goodness. It is incredible. I want you to listen now as Secretary Hegseth, Pete Hegseth, he spoke about this as well, talking about Trump over the past decade and that he has been quite consistent with regard to the why, as with regard to his policy. This is not a change of policy. Listen in.
The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. But it's worth noting the operation did not target Iranian troops or the Iranian people. For the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon. Full stop. Thanks to President Trump's bold and visionary leadership and his commitment to peace through strength, Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated.
And we also know that Vice President J.D. Vance speaking out and talking about what was destroyed, speaking about the mission, but also speaking about the safety to ensure that the lives of those American pilots were never put in peril. Listen in to Vice President Vance.
We're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. And let me just say, Kristen, that we're incredibly grateful and proud of the American Air Force pilots who did an incredible job last night. The operation was really extraordinary. These guys flew from Missouri. They didn't land a single time. They dropped 30,000-pound bombs on a target the size of a washing machine, and then got back home safely without ever landing in the Middle East or ever stopping other than to briefly refuel. And of course, they did that in the air. So it's really an incredible operation, a testament to the power of American military. And I think what shows what can happen when you have that great American military in the hands of capable presidential leadership. What we did is we destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. I think we set that program back substantially, and we did it without endangering the lives of the American pilots. That's an incredible thing, and I think we all should be proud. Whatever our politics, we should be proud of what these guys accomplished. A very, very high-impact mission under a lot of pressure.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And now on to Caroline Leavitt this morning speaking out. I know she was speaking out multiple times, and on Fox and Friends, she also put out word from the White House as she was speaking about the ultimate mission here and talking about keeping America safe.
The American people continue to be safe under this president and this administration that has done more to secure our homeland than any administration in history. The previous administration allowed 20 million illegal aliens into our country. This administration is focused on the largest mass deportation of those illegal criminals, many of them who do come from countries in the Middle East. Many of those were known terrorists, and this administration is detaining and deporting them every day to protect our homeland and protect the American public. That is always the president's number one priority and goal. And just to be clear, yes, this strike on Saturday did make our homeland safer because it took away Iran's ability to create a nuclear bomb. This is a regime that threatens death to America and death to Israel, and they no longer have the capability to build this nuclear weapon and threaten the world. So not just the United States, it's a safer place, but also the entire globe.
And Caroline Leavitt is exactly right. President Trump said on his Saturday evening address that Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities were obliterated. You heard that statement. And Iran now faces the choice of making peace or facing future attacks. And also making clear that Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks would be far greater and a lot easier. So this to me was less of a, quote, act of war, but rather an act of heroism by this administration. Trump is not a bully. He is not a king. He is not a dictator. He is the one who stood up to a bully and said, no, not anymore.
Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
This is what I voted for. 855-839-1210. Let me know how you feel about the weekend. If you feel safer. Do you feel safer this morning than you did Friday? I sure do. And I sure am thankful and grateful for you, President Donald J. Trump, for making not just America safer, but the world a safer place. I'm not worried, and you shouldn't be either. That's my take. I'm Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland. We're here, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Obviously, if you're joining us live on YouTube, you've been enjoying all the video, all the pictures as well.
An incentive to get to YouTube, Dawn. Sorry to cut you off as you're bringing me in there, but youtube.com/@12WPHT. During the break, Daesh Reich, I guess is his name, from YouTube, put together footage, a montage of what Iran was like before 1979, Persia of the 1960s and 70s. You often talk about that and the Shah and such. I'll show some footage during the break, so head over to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@12WPHT. On there, you'll see some footage of what Iran was like before 1979.
So we'll continue the conversation. There's so much to talk about. We'll break down the media. Was it fabulous that CNN's Anderson Cooper, he kept himself live. He shows us behind the scenes. Do you like it? Don't you like it? All of the coverage, what we can take away from with the coverage. So we'll have a discussion. And we'd love to hear from you, 855-839-1210. And there are many updates. You'll hear from Governor Josh Shapiro as the governors were briefed as well. So we got it all. And there's so much locally, nationally, a lot of breaking news. Going to get to it. Thanks for being here. this Monday morning. Hope you're inside the air conditioning. Not a day to have the windows down because we're under all kinds of extreme heat warnings. Be right back.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This room needs something bold.
Let's go to Bucks County Estate Traders. They've got incredible one-of-a-kind pieces in every style, and new stuff comes in daily.
Sounds overwhelming.
Not at all. Every piece has a QR code for easy info, and their designers are super helpful. Plus, it's their 4th of July sale.
Save 20 to 50% store-wide now at Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Open late and Sundays. Sale runs June 30th through July 7th.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So before we get to you, we want to get your calls, 855-839-1210. I'd mentioned the coup d'etat back in 1979. Dan Borowski, I know you know your history. Who was president of the United States back in 1979?
Jimmy Carter.
Thank you.
Huh.
Okay, so
thanks for the help.
So was Donald J. Trump president? No, he was not, but he was alive. He remembers. And that's also an important piece of this. Somebody who has lived through rough times when somebody did not act or blinked or hesitated, however you want to word that, did not reel in the CIA, that sort of thing. Leadership matters. 855-839-1210. Who do we have? Roger?
That's what we got.
Good morning, Roger.
Yeah, hey, guys. I'm having a serious problem with this.
Yeah?
We overthrew the democratically elected prime minister of Iran in 1953, and we put the Shah in, who became an authoritarian regime, raped and pillaged his people, and that's where all of this problem started. All of it. And now we're acting like we're the victims of them? It bothers me that we caused this. Much like COVID, we caused it. And we don't want to sit there and maybe step back and really look at the history of how we got here. This isn't even a question.
Now, can I push back a little bit?
He nationalized the oil companies, and Britain and the U.S. overthrew them.
So can I just ask you?
And put the Shah up.
So you're talking about taking us back into the,
where the
you're
trouble
taking
in
us
the
back
Middle East
to
started.
what year?
1953.
Oh, you're going back to 1953 because I thought you were going.
That's when we overthrew them. Yes, when they nationalized the oil companies.
Okay, and so I'll just say to you, when you say we, you mean the United States of America.
It was us in Britain. It was us in England.
All right.
And then we put the Shah in power, who raped and pillaged the Iranian people.
Well,
this is like I don't understand how people forget this.
I haven't forgotten it. I'm just saying to you. So, is your point that So I'm sure that for Trump, he feels like he's got to clean up a lot of messes. He was alive then, right? He knows all of this history quite well, but it's so from the point of the advantage view of, let's say, somebody else not American, they may look to America and say, "Man, you guys have really messed up the world." Okay.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump is, I suppose, having to clean up in aisle 5, if you will. In other words, are you suggesting that because we made it a mess, we should just leave it a mess and make it a worse mess?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all, but for us to act, us to act like we're being these heroes, when we caused this by overthrowing their government and putting a guy in that raped and pillaged the population, which led to the religious nuts rising up. We did all of this.
Yeah, we can. I mean, I guess, that's a different conversation to look at, what we now know, even with regard to the CIA. Like, if you want to talk about the CIA in the, late 70s at some point, and fueling, drugs and guns, and even raining down drugs in Los Angeles, I think it began. As far as drugs in African-American community,
absolutely.
There are many who say that it was the CIA who did that to fund the drugs and the Contras, and so if we want to go down that rabbit hole, then
why don't we ever go down that rabbit hole to hold ourselves accountable? You're on here talking about one point of view, and by the way, I love your show.
Thank you, Roger.
And you and I agree on most things, but we started this clearly. We brought this upon, and there's a great idea that we cause the chaos, and that's where we succeed. We cause the chaos, and that's where we win. And I understand at the end of the day, there's a spigot of oil, and whose hand do you want on it, us or China? I get it. But nobody ever talks about, like, we caused all of this.
I'm holding my tongue, Dawn, because what he's spewing is just propaganda against Iran and the Shah. Yes, there was a CIA overthrow in 1953, but was implemented in there, and there was horrible stuff that was done. But what was done, 1953, post-war, a lot of oil was involved. Shah really saw what the Western civilization had. There was CIA assistance to install him.
No. I need to stop you.
Go ahead.
Go look at pictures of Iranian society in the 50s and 60s.
Go look at them in 1975, bud. That's what I'm saying. No, you're telling me that it was more progressive in the 50s. No. The embrace of Western civilization came with the Shah, kind sir. I'm sorry. The embrace of the Western civilization came with the Shah, and the Islamic Revolution of 1979 was an overthrow of the Shah because of his embrace of Western civilization. It was organized in the mosques by Islamic radicals. I don't. Okay, sorry, Don.
Don't look at the pictures.
Roger.
You're rehashing anti-Israel propaganda you hear from far-right extremist podcasts, bud.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Look, Roger.
Not in any way. You just can't make
Roger.
a plausible argument.
Roger, all I'm trying to say here, and I don't dismiss a piece of what you're saying, that the United States of America, we tend, we with the CIA, are we complicit with certain things? Okay. We can go down that rabbit hole, but in other words, Donald J. Trump was faced with a leadership question. And that question was, what am I going to do today to make the world safer? Their intel, and we'll get the details. We will get the details. It will come out. And I also want you to think about this. Trump already is getting people and many supporters, many in the MAGA team, and even Marjorie Taylor Greene had put this out on Friday. I think she put, I haven't checked her actually this morning, but she had put out on Friday, "This is not our war." And so there are a lot of people who feel like, hey, don't get involved in this. So to me,
I'm a supporter of Donald Trump's.
Yeah.
I really am. But the truth of the matter is, and I try to make this point, go look up the culture of Iran in the 50s and 60s. It was more progressive than Haight-Ashbury.
All right.
It really was.
Okay.
You'll see women in college in miniskirts,
and we just
it
showed
really
that.
was. And we brought this on ourselves.
Okay,
by
maybe
putting
we
the Shah in.
did. But Roger, thank you. And I thank you for, thinking about history, because I love to do big perspectives and I always listen and I'm polite. I don't want to interrupt you. But here's the thing, that in and of itself is not reflective to me of what President Trump has to do today, what he felt he had to do Saturday. I don't think he's a war hawk. I don't. And I don't think that's why he did this. And in fact, he saw this window of opportunity when Israel and Iran are going back and they're going at it, and we stayed out of it, but they were to a point where it was weakened. And so they knew that they could, in fact, and by the way, as we look at what's going on this morning and with what's happening with these latest attacks, one of the things that was struck was a prison, because that's where political prisoners are held. So remember, there are other goals other than wiping out their nuclear capabilities. But they saw this window, this rare window of opportunity to say, this is a chance in history to take out not one, but 3 of these nuclear sites. And the intel, they claim, and they're going to be held accountable, because if it turns out that we have like a Colin Powell type moment or book where we learn they really didn't have the weapons of mass destruction, then Trump knows he's going to have to answer that, because you may remember that Trump at the time was critical, as many of you were too, of taking out Iraq. Remember that whole mess? And so during the Bush administration. And so I think Trump, this was an opportunity to take a scalpel of a very specific takeout of these 3 sites. And I think they succeeded in that. And I think 50 years from, to Roger's point, I think that 50 years from now, or 60 years from now, or 70 years from now, history will know that Donald J. Trump made sure that Iran did not reach that point, the capability of becoming a nuclear power and possessing nuclear weapons. And I think that's a good thing. And I think that we blinked back in the day when it came to Pakistan or North Korea. So that's my take on it. 855-839-1210. Leaders in Europe are urging Iran not to respond in a way that, and this is this morning's one of the headlines. Leaders in Europe, Iran is saying, please do not respond in a way that would destabilize the region. Okay. And we have Russian President Vladimir Putin meeting with Iran's foreign minister in Moscow, saying the strikes by the U.S. over the weekend were not justified and that Russia is taking steps to help the Iranian people. That's a specific thing. We're going to help the Iranian people, but Russia's statement is careful, right? As far as the so-called supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, this looks like his first comments since the U.S. attack. He did not mention the U.S., instead focused on Israel in his post, saying that Israel made, quote, a grave mistake, and said it is being punished right now. So that there's another statement there. So we're looking at the latest. But among the Iranian targets, Israel hit with was this prison I talked about, where the political prisoners and the regime opponents are held. And then I talked about the entry points to the Fordo complex. So we have all of that. I don't know if you noticed this, but we noticed Saturday afternoon, there were reports, and we had family, we were all together. And I said, wow, do you see the breaking news? There are reports that there's an earthquake. There's some earthquakes being reported in Iran of about 5.4. And so I just have to wonder if those initial quote unquote earthquake reports, were they really the strikes that were going down? I have to wonder that. So we'll have to follow it. It's a huge coincidence.
Yeah.
If nothing else.
It's just an earthquake happens to happen. Just a couple hours. Yeah.
Nothing to see here. But we did have those reports. All right, we have to break. 855-839-1210. Always appreciate the conversation, and I'm not going to call you names or anything like that. We're going to listen to you, but, we're going to give our take, too. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Achieve your goals with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Make the most of your money by taking advantage of high earnings averages and flexible terms designed to help you reach your long or short-term goals. Open your account with a low minimum deposit and begin earning on your funds. What are you hoping to achieve? Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest, We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you suffer a work injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say there are never, ever any upfront fees, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
See, and when we talk about this, I just have to wonder if there was a connection with regard to that 5.1 magnitude earthquake that rattled northern Iran on Friday. And the reason I have to wonder this, and this was confirmed by the U.S. Geological Survey, 5.1 magnitude quake, that this was as Israel was just pounding the country with repeated waves of airstrikes. And so it was Iran's news agency, the state-controlled news agency, said it was, right southwest of the city of Semnan. That this is all according to all the geologists, right? The USGS, that's the survey, the geologist survey. And so what they were saying, and what's interesting here, is that it started this speculation about, because of its proximity to a space and missile complex and what's there and what they know is stored near that city of Semnan in northern Iran. And so it sparked all kinds of speculation that Iran, could they be doing any kind of nuclear testing? Were they testing something? And so there was all that speculation on Friday. Did that lead to or help with the decision? I don't have the information. I'm just asking a question. But did it lead to an urgency over the strikes that we saw with Operation, I call it Hammer Time, but Operation Midnight Hammer. I know, I couldn't help. Hammer Time. Like, it's a sin. I shouldn't think that, but.
I got to do it now.
I'm sorry.
Get it going. Yeah, here we go.
Hammer Time.
The greatest thing is.
And this is what they were playing.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. See Dawn dance to no music because the music doesn't go over our YouTube feed. So you're just dancing in silence. It's great.
I know. No, I can still hear it. I got it. Hammer Time. It was Operation Midnight Hammer. I'm going to get in trouble. You're going to get mad. Somebody's going to get mad at me. Dawn. But, I would love to know, are they allowed to have a little music in the stealth bombers?
You got to think, right?
Like, what is that music? Like AC/DC? What, you know what I mean? Back in Black. I don't know. Like, what?
I mean, this would be great to do.
Were they Operation
You might be onto something here.
Midnight Hammer?
Oh, man.
But I don't know. Is it just a coincidence that they've had that? And a 5.2 magnitude earthquake, it was relatively mild, but is that what made them think that, are they doing some testing? Because it was right in a specific area.
When was that? When was the earthquake?
It was Friday.
Gotcha. Huh.
At some point on Friday, northern Iraq.
Do you think those were bombs, or do you think it was Iran testing?
Well, that's they definitely, because the geologists, they're tracking the seismic activity, so it was definitely an earthquake. But the question is, was the earthquake spawned, if you will, by some kind of nuclear testing? Is that what was registering?
Because the other theory I've heard is maybe this actually happened on Friday, but they wanted essentially a kill confirmed, but on the target before they were to announce anything on Saturday. But I can't think that's no, right?
So now the Crown Prince, because there are so many people who, and we've talked about this, who sought asylum, who fled Iran over the years with the totalitarian dictatorship that obviously took over. And so you had talked about the Crown Prince holding a news conference this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Reza Pahlavi had a press conference in which he talked about the Iranian people needing to have a revolution unsurprisingly, because this guy's in exile. Remember, he's the one his family was in charge in 1979, and he was kind of sent out of the country during the Islamic Revolution. Here's what he had to say, Don.
So today, I have a direct message for Ali Khamenei. Step down, and if you do, you will receive a fair trial and due process of law, which is more than you have ever given any Iranian.
And so,
to other senior regime officials.
Sorry, I can stop it if you want.
Those of you whose hands are soiled with the blood of the Iranian people, you too will have to face justice. But we will not repeat the mistakes in other failed transitions. To those of you who are loyal to the Iranian nation and not the Islamic Republic, there is a future for you in a democratic Iran. If you join the people now, the choice is yours to make.
And so this is the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi. He's saying this is our Berlin Wall moment. And he's calling for regime change in Iran. And as Dan said, his family was exiled. But he's saying he's ready to lead. But certainly he's saying that Iran is ready for a new day, calling it their Berlin Wall moment. He warned the international community against providing the Islamic Republic with a lifeline. He emphasized that only a democratic Iran would stop the growth of the nuclear program. And he condemned the Islamic Republic, as you heard, for its oppression of the Iranian people. So he's speaking out this morning. He offered 3 core principles: territorial integrity, individual liberties, and equality of all citizens, and separation of religion and state. And he spoke directly, by the way, to the supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, saying, step down. That's what you heard him say. You'll get a fair trial, due process law. See, I don't see that happening to an 86-year-old man who's had an unprecedented long rule. I see maybe Khamenei and others they've said have already fled to Russia. But will he flee? Will he want to go out in a blaze of glory? I don't have that answer. I know there were articles being written yesterday and experts speaking out, talking about the fact that, Khamenei is somebody who's 86 years old. He's a survivor. And so he will survive this. What does that survival look like? Does survival mean fleeing to Russia, or does it mean trying to stay in power? I just don't, at this point, I don't really see that happening, but that's up to them. And will we see an uprising of the Iranian people? Is that why Israel was trying to make sure that people who are, Khamenei's enemies are being let out of prison?
It really seems the Crown Prince is under the understanding that the long goal here is that he is implemented leader, no? There's been pictures of him with Netanyahu before. It seems he's familiar and friendly with the West as his family has been. Do you think that might be the case, that this guy is the end goal?
I don't know. And I don't know what that looks like. He was Crown Prince by birth, but he has repeatedly stated that he would not accept the throne except through a national election, or what they call a national referendum. But I think he's been pretty consistent with that, to my knowledge. So I don't think he's saying, I am the rightful, Crown Prince. I don't think that is what he has ever said. I think that he's saying, and that's why he sounds like he's actually right now campaigning when he said, I'm for
it sounds
separation
like a campaign.
Right?
Yeah, and that's to our last caller's point that I got into it with. This guy is the same family that the CIA coup put in charge. Is it going to be transparent? Is it going to be controversial to the Iranian people if they say, hey, look, here's part 2? I don't know. I don't know if he can even succeed there, because I think there would be that kind of pushback against him being installed. So I don't know. Turbulence ahead, I think.
Well, he's calling for he is calling for everybody to unite against the current regime, but it sounds like he's calling for a national referendum or a national election. What does that look like? I don't have that answer, but I'm glad that he's calling for that, and not for nothing, but based on even agreeing with what Roger says, I think at this point they deserve an election, not just not getting any choice after a brutal regime, right? So that's what we can hope for. We got to take a break.
Yes, we do.
We'll do a reset. We'll hit the reset button. And in the 11 o'clock hour, we have a lot breaking. Stay right there.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024. Our concern with the stock market is the ups and downs of the market itself. Tomorrow you could crash and you could lose it all.
It's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we know that our money is safe and the interest we earn through Crash Proof is protected as well.
There was no fees taken out of what we made, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
In an ever-changing world, it's crucial to shield your retirement future from market drops. Discover how the exclusive crash-proof retirement system can help shield your retirement and protect every penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. This month only, take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's breaking news this morning as we know that right now Israel is bombing Iran's capital city. They've been exchanging strikes all weekend long. Nothing really stopped. And this morning, starting at 6 a.m., when I reported to you on Kale and Company that they were exchanging a fire this morning, now that has apparently intensified. And this, as the supreme leader, apparently not backing down, but taking its aim at Israel. Good morning. Dawn Stensland here. Sometimes it's hard to say good morning because we're all up so early.
By now it's your 5 p.m., right?
But it is a good morning, and I believe my take is that we are safer, not in more danger, but in truth, the world is a safer place thanks to the operation that was carried out over the weekend, Operation Midnight Hammer, in which I believe there was an answer to an emergency call. In other words, you have a window, a very small window, to strategically, with minimal or, in fact, no types of casualties or even harm that could go toward our U.S. military. So low risk opportunity to take out the ability of Iran to possess nuclear weaponry. And so they took the moment, and I believe that's true leadership. That was my take as we started out at 10 o'clock this morning. But we've been giving you updates as Israel is now pounding Tehran amid growing calls for de-escalation. That's one of the headlines this morning, as certainly President Vladimir Putin of Russia, he has been speaking out and meeting with Iran's foreign minister. They met as well. I know President Trump, within the next 2 hours, is meeting with his national security team. And so I love learning the details. Who was in the room, for example? Who was in the Situation Room? They were revealing those pictures. And I don't know if you saw, reportedly, Tulsi Gabbard was in the room. Reportedly, Caroline Leavitt was in the room. But I did not see pictures of them in the room, because you saw the pictures, obviously, of General Kane. You saw Secretary Rubio. You saw Secretary Hegseth, obviously J.D. Vance, our vice president, and then all meeting with Trump. And I also noted that Trump was wearing his Make America Great Again hat. I did notice he had to wear that in the Situation Room. Maybe a statement, but also maybe because it was a bad hair. You know, it's like cover up the hair. So
you didn't want to do the swirls, and
it's like an all-nighter, and the hair starts to
hair and makeup's not around to
so
kind of make it
wear the hat. Yeah. It's a good look for the president.
We've all been there, right?
And so we know that within the last 12 minutes, they put out that this morning, Israel launching wide-ranging strikes on Tehran and putting out the word that they've targeted paramilitary headquarters, that notorious prison holding prisoners of war, if you will, or holding political prisoners, pressing on with its bombing campaign a day after the United States attacked 3 Iranian nuclear sites. And this new Israeli barrage, and this is the New York Times that I'm seeing, they report that the new Israeli barrage, which a military spokesperson says also includes access routes to the Fordo nuclear enrichment site, it said that the U.S. military, had bombarded, obviously taken out, came as Iran fired salvos of missiles that sent Israelis to huddle in shelters. And so you think of Israelis now, and earlier this morning I had heard that Israel was kind of winding down, but I don't know. In this one, is it almost like a fireworks show, if you will, where they have this final, blast before they end? I don't know. But about 2 hours ago, I had read that Israel was planning to wind down, that they felt that they had defeated them, and now we see this. So is that indicative of the wind down? I don't have that information.
We might have a preview as to what's next to come. I don't know if I'm too soon to speak on this, but there were reports earlier that the United States sent a shelter in place to the soldiers over in Qatar to be careful. Now the UK has done the same, and apparently China has as well. So I don't know if that's the target of the Iranians next, or I don't know, Dawn.
And we have, let's say, 30. We're going on now. We're going on 37 hours since our military struck Iran. And we have not had an official statement from their supreme leader. I read you the only response, and that was directed toward Israel. That was it. But the commander of Iran's military, the major general there, Mousavi, said that the U.S. attack, quote, will not go unanswered. We will take action, he's quoted as saying. But that's really the only statement that I have. And the Israeli military pounded Tehran. That continues as well. President Trump keeping a close eye on the oil prices, which is at about $74 a barrel this morning, saying in all caps, everyone keep oil prices down. I'm watching. That statement from President Trump on his Truth Social, urging the Energy Department to in all caps again, drill, baby, drill. And then he writes, and I mean, in lowercase, and I mean now, and 3 exclamation points. So where will they drill, baby, drill? The federal government does not directly control, obviously, how much drilling takes place. But yeah, you could argue that there's a little bit of a Trump impact. As, you know, he met with all the oil biggity bigs. It's my first biggity big in a while because some of you said, Dawn's got to stop saying biggity big so much. So I did.
I like biggity big.
I know some people don't
Who's
like it.
telling you to retire biggity big?
All right. They wanted me to they didn't ask me to retire it, but they just wanted me to slow down with the biggity bigs. So this is the first one in about a week or two. So there you got your biggity big. But he meets with them routinely, and so he's speaking directly to them. U.S. oil prices climbing about $10 a barrel in the last 2 weeks, and that has begun to increase prices at the gas pump, which, as you know, that pretty much increases the price of everything, because everything we have, unless you're growing it in your backyard, how does it get there? Which is why it's so dopey when anybody quotes anything about consumer prices and they don't include energy prices, right? Because energy fuels everything, pun intended. So there's that.
Hey, we should take a break because coming after the break, we got a special guest of yours coming on.
Good.
Yeah.
I assume Lair Bear.
Lair Bear's going to be checking in.
So we'll check in with my better half, if you will, Larry Menti, because he's probably driving home, or he's probably home already. I'm not sure, but we'll check in with him. And we'll talk about the safety in the U.S., the safety alerts. You'll also hear from Governor Josh Shapiro because there was a briefing for all the governors. Thanks for being here today. We also have in these tougher economic times, and I have to send this to Dan, but what does Chickies and Pete's have to do with keeping the prices of weddings down? We'll talk about that locally, and this has to do with the Chickies and Pete's, specifically in the Northeast. I love this story. We'll be right back.
Radio ads.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-595-2212. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-595-2212. That's 800-595-2212.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French. but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
This is Dan Borowski's theme song for You and Me, Lair Bear. I don't know. It's kind of a silly love and marriage.
Well, do you know what this is from, Dawn?
I don't. I have no
this is
idea.
actually from the opening of the movie Up, the Pixar film Up. A very sad opening, I gotta say, but it's just it tells the story of just a man falling in love with a woman and their entire life, and they show like a montage. And the name of the song is called "Married Life" by Michael Giacchino, one of the composers for the film. But it's just if you've seen the film, it just gives you a good amount of nostalgia for just a beautiful relationship like the one that you and Larry share. So I felt it fit pretty well for you guys.
Aw.
Wait a second. Weren't they very old?
Well, that's where it eventually got to, and the story is the guy losing his wife, and
They grew old together.
they grow old together, and
Yeah.
then he puts balloons because he's being threatened to move out of the city, and takes his house on a ride because he has nothing better to do because he lost his beautiful wife, but yes, it does end with them being older. But this song itself, Larry, they are young and they're falling in love and such, and it's just like you two.
You can talk all you want, but don't try to defend your ageism here. You're attacking us because we're older. You youngins.
Well, you're
you
older.
youngins. By the way, I'm driving in listening to Dawn.
Yeah.
And so some people may just be tuning in. So you had a caller in the last hour named Roger. You are so nice. I would have hung up on him so fast. I could. The third interruption, I would have hung up on him. He was going back to 1953. Let's go back to the King of Prussia, Cyrus the Great. Remember him?
Oh, I thought you meant them all.
You're so nice.
Thank you.
I was still in
really
Larry.
are.
I went into like defense mode, not over Dawn, just over the entire thing. Like interruption after interruption. I apologize to that caller because I got a little too passionate, I think. But you're right, Larry. I was.
Oh no! I'm glad somebody took him on. I mean, Dawn is really nice to the callers, and I get that, and that's part of her appeal because talk radio hosts normally get upset with somebody, but the fact that he kept interrupting, Roger, if you're listening, be more polite.
Well, and Dan and I were talking about it in the commercial break, and I was like, okay, we want to say we were bad, we caused that, whatever, and why don't we go back to the days of the indigenous peoples? Why don't we all just leave America? We all should
That's
leave.
good.
Just give up our
That's
property.
Exactly.
It's all
What
our
about
fault.
those cavemen?
Yeah.
What about those cavemen?
Those brutes.
They had no respect for human life.
No. So there. So
yeah, I know. He knew one thing. He had this one fact, and he was not going to let go. It was like he was not going to move on. Anyway, I don't want to keep talking about the last hour, but
I mean, we
wow,
can because
what a-
Larry and Dawn, I don't know if you want to take this, but Bernie and Taccone also has some comments about the last caller. You want that or no?
What do you think? Sure.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, Bernie.
Hey, Bernie.
Oh, your other half was right. That guy was an idiot. No, he's bringing up stuff. And when you think about it, if you talk to exiles or whatever, you never heard anybody like as bad as the Shah was. They'd rather see him back than what the mess they got now.
Yeah.
I never heard during the Shah's time that they had religious police beating women because they weren't dressed right. To the fact that one, I believe, got killed over that.
Yeah, remember that.
Oh, and there's one thing I did want to bring up. The difference between a Moab and a bunker buster. A Moab is the equivalent of a small nuclear device, and it's dropped off the back of a C-147. A bunker buster is a middle. The idea is the first thing it does is blow open a doorway, and then the rest comes through to do the job.
Yeah, it's amazing. And so I guess according to Bernie, I was just making up a name for the mops, for the super penetrator, because I was calling it the mother of all bunker busters, which probably in the military world is probably a huge no-no because they're separate things. But I was just like putting the two together. I was trying to be cute.
Sorry, I lost him
Oh,
there.
sorry, Bernie. Anyway, back to Larry. Thanks, Bernie.
Yeah, Bernie was absolutely right.
Yeah.
That I was right. Yeah.
Thanks, Bern. Appreciate you. And gave us a moment to laugh.
Yeah. Anyway, we can move on. There's more important things going on in the world right now. By the way, I do not think that it's going to be old leadership that's going to come back. I think it's going to be the guy that's on house arrest right now that was leading the Green Movement. I think there'll be a big push for that person to take over once this guy's outed. And I thought it was brilliant what you said. You said that he was very careful to leave out the U.S. in blaming people for the airstrikes. He was blaming Israel. I have a feeling, and you are absolutely right, both of you said about this, he is the master of survival. And so I think that he is not dumb enough to attack the United States right now because, and I'm not sure any attack's going to happen because he wants to survive and he knows he'll be taken out. I don't know if he'll be killed, but his regime will be over if that happens. I mean, I think Donald Trump's sitting there, go ahead, make my day. They already have plans. They already have targets. And they will decimate the country if there's an attack on Americans.
Yeah, and the attitude this morning and even over the weekend, I really thought about this a lot, Larry, because it was in even our family prayer last night, for protection. But I just think that the media goes for, they're going to strike us. And it's never just recognizing that this was an action that was in truth a reaction. It was a reaction to what was inherited. And even going to Roger's phone call, which I know you guys didn't like, but the point is, okay, here we are. Okay. And without talking about the past, this is a moment, a window in time that obviously the Trump administration, this America, this moment inherited, but you have to do something. You have to take action or you're going to have to live with this possibility, this imminent situation where Iran is on the verge of becoming a nuclear, an official possessor of nuclear weaponry.
I agree with you, and as you know from our conversations at home, I wasn't on board with this from the beginning. I didn't know why it was necessary, and I thought Israel was doing a fine job, and let them handle this. We shouldn't get involved. And I think that's what Donald Trump was contemplating, his America First policy. This wouldn't be America First, but it is, and I was wrong. And by the way, please burn that. But I was wrong because he was putting America first. And I love that so many people in the MAGA movement and so many Republicans have turned around on this because it was stunning how easy this was. It was stunning that there wasn't one plane in the air from Iran and there wasn't one missile fired, that we got in and we got out quickly. Now, I know we have to thank Israel for some of that because they took out a lot of stuff. But still, I mean, the emperor has no clothes. We exposed Iran as being weak. And I think for that alone, this was important. Now, we still have to do the damage assessment. I'm not sure how much of their nuclear program they took out. I talked to a guy earlier today who was saying that they did move some stuff in trucks. And so, but since we own the sky, we can take anything out at this point. And we have intelligence between us and Israel. We'll have intelligence about where it went. So this was really eye-opening. It was a stunning success, but much of that was because Iran is weak, and we feared them. Where was that intelligence coming from? How strong they were. They are weak. This is the time. If anybody's going to act on Iran, and I know that's what Israel's doing right now as we speak, this is the time. We should take them out forever.
And you and I were watching some of the coverage over the weekend. I don't know if you saw, I was watching Anderson Cooper on CNN behind the scenes at one point. And I wanted to get your take on this because Dan thought this was kind of cool, that Anderson Cooper was over there. He was reporting and he was on with the wireless mic, just behind the scenes type thing. And I wonder if we can play that and get Larry's reaction.
Yeah,
as
youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Some great video footage here from CNN. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for more notifications. Going to pick it up right after. So we can't play, obviously, the alarms, the missile alert sound. So we're going to pick it up right after that ends. And they actually keep with Anderson live. It's very fascinating. Take a watch.
10-minute warning of incoming missiles or something incoming from Iran. So now the location we're in has a verbal alarm telling people to go down into bomb shelter. So we have about a 10-minute window to get down into a bomb shelter, and we'll continue to try to broadcast from that bomb shelter, and even if we can on the way down. Do you guys want to...
Should we go down, or you want to finish this?
Well, we should probably go down.
We should probably go down.
Let's just make sure. Do we have? Are we able to do that? All right. I think we're going to head down to the shelters. Chuck, do we have capabilities as we go down?
Riveting.
Just checking microphone speed. Ready in a second. Okay, here we go.
All right.
So you see the three of them. They're inside. They're inside with the backdrop of the city, but it's a set. So they're in a building. He's not reporting. Like some of the reporters you see, they're actually somewhere outside or on a balcony. But in this one, now they're going inside, and then you see them proceed as they walk through and walk down to the bomb shelter. So to me, I thought that you could not make this more boring. Do you know what I'm saying? You could not. I mean, my God, you're right there in the backdrop of all of it. Could you be more boring and talk about yourselves? Do you know what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah, that's a great take. But I will tell you that when I saw it and there was no politics involved and they were just reporting a story from the heart of the story, I thought this used to be CNN. This is who they were. This is what made them famous when they were over in Iraq, when the bombs were coming in. This is what CNN should be. And I don't think that's ever going to happen again. But in big stories like this, sometimes they're able to recapture their old selves, as boring as you thought it was.
It was come on.
I thought it was cool. It's like a tour through the hotel.
So
Those are always fun.
I mean, I'm looking back because I had done a search of CNN back in the day. And you had people like pooping their pants on live TV, and they were just going, studs.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. That's good TV.
I mean, but at least they showed some kind of level of, I don't know, being human.
Jimmy writes in, those three are no Bernie Shaw.
I don't know. I just felt like, and even it's all about us. Well, what should we do? Not even thinking about, thank God we have this shelter to go to. What about all the Iranian people? They must be I mean, there's just no sense of empathy for the people of Iran. You know what I mean? Or
you want to hear a riveting interview impromptu as they wait for the elevator?
Yeah.
Now can I just jump in and say that I have been in, as you know, when I was doing live reports, I was in some precarious situations, and I used to put myself in precarious situations, and sometimes it's difficult not to talk about what you're going through, and sometimes you can tell a story by what you're living through, and so I'm not going to judge someone who is in the middle of an airstrike by how they reacted and what they reported. I think that was pretty good journalism. Look, as you know, I will attack CNN all of the time, but I'm not going to attack this. As boring as you think it is, I don't think he was wrong.
Well, let's listen in now.
You want to hear that?
As they're pushing the elevator.
Chris writes it on YouTube. Where's Andy Cohen and alcohol when you need All right, going to the elevator. Anderson walking up now, and here's the. He's got to burn some time as they wait for the elevator. So, what else besides to have an interview with his guests? So here you go.
Here with Jeremy Diamond. So, in terms of this is the first one today, isn't it?
It's the first one, not today, because 7 was the last one. I think we're all a little bit upside down.
3 a.m.
Oh, we're at 3 a.m. Yes, so it is the first one of the day. But what we've noticed, I think, is fewer barrages, but quite high intensity, particularly this morning. I mean, Jeremy, you were there on the scene. The damage was...
Yeah, I mean, there's also been reports that the Iranians have been using different types of ballistic missiles, some reports of cluster munition.
You can really hear the nervousness in their voices, though, which is fascinating.
Impact that can have on the scene. Today I was at a site in the north of Tel Aviv, in Ramat Aviv, where you saw a residential block that was almost, completely obliterated by the power of that blast.
You guys got to press down in the basement, please.
Okay, there's just
the damage is enormous.
And then the feed cuts.
More of
Dude,
these
push the
ballistic
button
missiles
yourself.
that are indeed getting through those air defense systems. But, quite incredibly, we haven't seen any fatalities in, I believe, a week now, right? The last Monday morning was the last time we saw a fatality. That's, of course, a credit to the aerial defense systems, but more importantly, perhaps, to the early warnings that are getting us into bomb shelters and getting millions of other Israelis.
And it cuts there.
And so
okay,
that was riveting.
You proved your point. That was torture. and by the way, the information was kind of riveting, but can we see it instead of seeing Anderson Cooper? Can we see that? So you know what happened, Dawn, from working in TV for a long time. The anchor was out in the field, so they're going to keep the anchor on camera. What they should have done is when he was describing what was going on, they should have used their other camera and showed it. That would have made it interesting.
Yeah.
But standing waiting for an elevator having that conversation is not all that interesting. And if Anderson Cooper was as good as he thinks he is, he would have said, do we have a camera shot of this? Can we show it?
Yeah. Yeah. But, well, the reporter referenced that he was out all day with a crew. So absolutely, Anderson could say, and you know what, while you're talking, maybe our control room could show some of the footage that your crew captured as you were out today, out and about, and just keep showing that. But to keep them on camera was bizarre. And I'm not, at least in that little segment, you had some factoids in their reporting. I just think Anderson Cooper he just seems like he doesn't really have much. Thank God he was with two people who have information and facts, because
throwing it to them.
He doesn't, you know what I mean? He didn't even push his own elevator button. It's like, dude. You know what I mean? Like,
well, let me tell you something. Anderson Cooper is in some trouble. You've heard that, right?
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper makes too much money, and CNN's making huge cutbacks. They've already spun it off, and they're slowly looking at people to cut back. He's making $18 million a year, and his ratings are awful. There are people at the station that have better ratings than him and don't have that lucrative time slot. So watch what happens with Anderson Cooper. He's threatening he's going to go somewhere else.
Let him. Yeah. Where? To work as an elevator operator?
Can I just juxtapose Trey Yingst reporting out there in Tel Aviv? Take a watch.
Respondent Trey Yingst has been up all night, is standing by with all the details. Trey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Laura, following that Israeli attack against Iranian
So setting the stage, he's actually out in the city of Tel Aviv, reporting live from the streets, showing some of this footage. This is about an hour and a half before the missile alerts came in, yeah, but just great war reporting there from Fox News, you know.
And again, Trey...
Yeah, Trey's got a death wish, by the way.
I know, my God.
I've been watching his reporting, man. Oh, wow. Yeah, they've had to drag him off of roofs while the missiles were coming in. He's got to watch himself. He's got to be a little bit more careful. I'm sure the crew that he's working with is going, hey, Trey, not for nothing, but I'm up here with you.
Yeah, so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but great job and incredible reporting. By the way, the markets, there's a CNN, a couple of headlines as far as business. One of the headlines just within the past, less than about 40 minutes ago, the headline, Wall Street is acting like America did not just strike Iran. And so the Dow is like, everything's like, And I even noticed the Today Show this morning, they were by 7 a.m., they were, wow, what about this heat wave? What are we going to do to keep cool in the heat wave? It's weird how some in the so-called, mainstream media with, people are like, life goes on. What are you doing over the 4th? It's fascinating to me.
Yeah, and I think there's a good reason for that, and it's a reason that we should all love, is because I don't think there's a feeling this is going to be a long, protracted war, only because, again, Iran proved itself to be so weak. I shouldn't say Iran did, we did. They've been trying to say how strong they were and how they can attack us and how they can do this and how they can do that. And all of a sudden, we expose the emperor has no clothes or the Ayatollah has no clothes. I mean, he is that country does not have the capability to defend itself, let alone attack another country. It is weaker than it's ever been. And Donald Trump just exposed that.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And that's, I mean, you probably said it better than maybe I said it earlier. That was kind of my point earlier, that you think about what's Russia going to do. Russia's weakened and they're not going to do anything. China's not going to do anything. And so at the end of the day, I do feel that Trump took out a bully that was a problem, that was about to get, that was about to achieve becoming a nuclear power and possessing nuclear weaponry. And so I think this blows over. And I didn't mean to make a pun there at all. I'm being serious. I think that's why they're all just going on to the next thing. And Larry, you were talking about Enton, I think Friday, that on CNN, that he was talking about the popularity of within Americans, Democrats and Republicans. Remember that you were telling me about? We were talking about this.
Yes. And the thing that gets me is I will tell you, the Democrats are on this wrong side of every single issue. They're not going to win another election for a long time unless they get their act together. Because immediately they came out and talked about impeachment. First of all, it's ignorant, because under the War Powers Act of 1973, all he has to do is call leadership in Congress within 48 hours, and he did exactly that. So they spoke out of ignorance and made themselves look stupid. AOC and Bernie Sanders out in front of the ignorance. So there was that as well. And the Democratic Party, most of them stayed silent. Chuck Schumer stayed silent because they were smart. They knew they didn't want to be on the wrong side of history. And now you have some people out there that should just be eliminated from the Democratic Party because they did them a disservice. And going back in history, by the way, Hillary Clinton gave plutonium to the Iranians. Mm-hmm. Barack Obama bombed 157 countries without telling anybody. Mm-hmm. Joe Biden gave them $16 billion of unfrozen assets. And you're going to blame Donald Trump for trying to fix the problem that they caused? It is so stupid politically. What you should be doing right now, if you want to look good to the American public, and I don't even know why I'm giving the Democratic Party some advice, is you should applaud this. You should show you're bigger than the moment. You should show that you can be an American when we need you to be an American. And just support this and say, well done. We're going to blast you on some other things, But in this case, you just made the world safer. You know how good they would look right now if they could bring themselves to do that? But they have this intense hatred for Donald Trump, and they're not able to get over it. It blinds them.
Yeah, Dan has the Anton. Let's just listen to Harry Anton real quick from CNN.
Yeah, look, I think it's a complicated picture overall, but on this particular question, and overall, I feel like there's more support for Donald Trump's positions than is comically acknowledged. Oppose Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I mean, look at this. 79% of adults agree on that. They agree with Donald Trump. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. 83% of Republicans, 79% of independents, 79% of Democrats. When you get 79% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans agreeing on anything, you know that that position is the very clear majority in this country. And so the American public is with Donald Trump. They definitely oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons.
It's more to if you want that done.
It's a lot closer on airstrikes. It is a little bit closer on airstrikes, but you're right. It's still a plurality on airstrikes as well. But look, I don't think the Democratic politicians care. It's an 80-20 issue on immigration, and they still oppose what Donald Trump's doing. They can't get away from their hatred of Donald Trump. They've been on the wrong side of so many issues. You were just saying that was 70-30. Immigration's 80-20, and they still are Mahmoud Khalil just got out, and they're embracing that. They are not going to win elections for a long time. I know everybody's scared about the midterms. Don't they? They are self-destructive. The Democratic Party is self-destructive, and they may not win another election until they get their act together for a long time.
Yeah, agreed. All right, I think we're up against a break, so thanks, honey.
Okay, sure. I'll talk to you at home. Bye-bye. See you, Dan.
See ya. Should I say bye, honey, too?
Yeah, I dare you.
Yeah.
Lair Bear.
See you later.
So we got to talk about exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. So what does it mean? Top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Just visit them, Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online, of course. PiazzaAcura.com, Piazza, PiazzaAcura.com for special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
An extreme heat warning is in effect for the Delaware Valley. Plenty of sunshine, very hot and humid today. High temperature up around 98, but it'll feel more like 105 with the humidity. The record high for today is 98. For tonight, mostly clear, very muggy and warm with a low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And Tuesday, continued sunshine, hot and humid with a high 99.
Weather sponsored by WSFS Bank. Where there's a Wisvis, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing.
Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? You know,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And just to bring it home, Governor Josh Shapiro at the Pocono Raceway was among the governors who was briefed by Homeland Security and Kristi Noem. So as we hear the Pennsylvania side of things, we are on this heightened alert, no specific threats. But let's listen in. This is Governor Josh Shapiro speaking out about Pennsylvania.
I always love the since you're here question. What's your second question? Yeah.
Well, first on the strike and acting without officer.
Well, look, let me say, I'm the governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Austin Davis is the lieutenant governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Our job every single day is to ensure the safety and well-being of the good people of Pennsylvania. So the first thing I want to say to the people of Pennsylvania is our security team, our state police, Homeland Security, and others, we've been in dialogue with one another to make sure that there's no threat to the Commonwealth as a result of what happened overseas. There is no threat. The people of Pennsylvania are safe, and we're going to remain vigilant in our work here to keep the people of Pennsylvania safe. Now, I know foreign policy isn't part of my job description as governor, but it's a fair question given what happened last night. I'm happy to address it. I think what is most important right now is that we not have any escalation beyond what occurred last night. I don't think any of us want to get dragged in to another long war in the Middle East, and I think it is important that we are vigilant about that. Obviously, the Trump administration holds a responsibility for what comes next and ensuring that our American troops and our personnel in the region are safe. I will say with regard to the Iranian nuclear program, it is obviously very, very dangerous. The idea that Iran, the world's largest sponsor of terror, would have a nuclear weapon would not only destabilize the Middle East, but it would create risk for American interests at home and abroad. And so it is good if Iran does not possess a nuclear weapon. I think it is important now that there be some accounting for the questions that I think a lot of people have.
And so that seemed supportive. He didn't make it political. He said, Pennsylvania, you're safe. I thought it was a good statement. By the way, Senator Fetterman, I was retweeting some of our Pennsylvania senators, Dave McCormick praising President Trump for his decisive action. And so did Democrat Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, much to the chagrin of his Democrat colleagues. But Fetterman looking like the only one who, has some common sense on this issue. And
you want that audio?
Sure.
You want some Fetterman? Here is Fetterman on Fox News. Dawn, take a listen.
There's going to be a lot of people in my party that are going to disagree with the strike in Iran, and I actually support that. I've been always calling for that thing. I think it was entirely appropriate. And again, there might be votes on that. So for me, that's not a war. That was a very limited military exercise, and it struck that, and then that's where we're at. So really, it really wasn't about unconstitutional or it's anything like that. It was like a very, very limited military engagement, and then it took them out, damaged them severely.
So how about that? I mean, you compare that to, Massey he is so primaried, by the way, the Rhino Republicans who are now pushing back and saying that Trump requires congressional support, approval, which he doesn't. And earlier in the day, and we don't have to replay it, but earlier today we did play for you. That was Secretary Hegseth, who had talked about the fact that they had looked closely at the War Powers Act and going within the law, and they were very careful with that of who they notified or tried to notify, because that was the word, that they did try to notify everybody. You mentioned getting a voicemail, like we heard that Hakeem Jeffries, and they were trying to reach these people. It was over the weekend. It's a Saturday, and they're like, do. Hi, this is Hakeem. Please leave a message after the beep. Excuse me, this is President Trump. Had a little something to tell you about, but call me. So they did try to notify all the leadership, and they got through to some, and others not so much. So we have that going on. But I will tell you, most of the media this morning, other than CNN, Fox, I think to name a few, of course, are going to report on the latest with what's going on between Israel and Iran. Everybody else, when I looked at NBC, CBS, all of those, they had moved on. They're doing other stories, really talking about this oppressive heat wave. And yes, with the heat indices rising, we are under extreme heat warnings, and this weather sponsored by First Bank, because we will not see any kind of a cool down or reprieve until Wednesday night, 8 p.m. And so what does that mean? We started out, I think 5 o'clock this morning, 4:45 this morning, it was already almost 80 degrees. And so we are heating up to this oppressive heat, and then the heat index, that's the heat index is basically what it feels for us as human beings breathing in this air. And by the way, then they put out the code orange, because the code orange measures the level of those pollutants that are in the air. And when you think of this heat and humidity, it holds in the pollutants much like a sponge, and we're all breathing it in. And so that's the risk. That's why they declare the code orange. So be safe, keep cool, hydrate. Not a great day to be out, at the prime of the day at 1 o'clock. Make sure at 1 o'clock you're inside watching or listening to the Dom Giordano show, which, by the way, they very well, if Trump decides to break news during his meeting with his security council, you're not going to miss anything, and you'll be out of the heat. We are sponsored by First Bank, ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner. Count on First Bank for personalized support as well as smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Thank you, First Bank, for sponsoring our important weather alert. Be right back.
For over 46 years, TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County has been selling real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man directly to the home. Why not stop in and see our maze-like showrooms full of these machines and buy one for your family? And guess what? You can rent the same showrooms for a unique private party for any event. Google TNTAmusements.com.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get great financing options on a new 2024 Tacoma, like 1.99% for 48 months, or 2.99% for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Camry and get 4.99% financing for 60 months, or 5.99% for 72 months, or lease for $299 a month. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Still asleep?
Out cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield. Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
You're invited. You get an invitation. Probably it's, one of those Evites. You're texted. You're invited to a destination wedding. It includes crab fries, crab legs, and true love at your local Chickies and Pete's. I kind of love this story. Really cute couple. They're at the Chickies and Pete's, this one in the Northeast, as they decide, it's within a budget. They love crab fries.
Oh, no.
Let's do it, honey.
Oh, no.
It's not about how much money you spend or how big the party is. It's about who you're with.
Instead of going with a traditional wedding, newlyweds Heather Hansen and Eric Giggin opted for a venue near and dear to their hearts, the Chickies and Pete's on Roosevelt Boulevard.
Growing up, I never thought that my wedding would be at a local restaurant. Everyone wants to
Poor
see
girl,
fairy tale
no.
wedding. But it was absolutely beautiful. They made it feel so special.
The sports bar is known for being packed with fans on game days. But in early June, this booth became the backdrop for a lifetime of commitment. The whole elopement was captured on video, racking up thousands of supportive comments. From sharing crab legs to a wedding cake provided by the staff to even some big-named witnesses as they signed their marriage license.
So the original Pete's grandson, Pete and the GM, they were all so excited and so enthusiastic when we told them that they had to sign our stuff. Obviously, they had never done that before.
The two grew up as friends and officially started dating after Giggin moved back to the area after serving in the Army.
It ended up lining up. We hit it off. We actually went to Chickies and Pete's straight from the airport.
Yeah, we did.
The nostalgic sports bar has served as a constant landing place for the two throughout the years as they reach a new milestone and prepare for their third child in August.
I recommend everybody do it because it was.
They're adorable. And thank you. That was courtesy CBS 3 locally. And I apologize. I don't know who the reporter is. I'll find out tomorrow. But, it's really sweet. It's sweet. I love it.
It is. It's beautiful. And I thought Dom Giordano had the most South Philadelphia wedding, and I know this was the Northeast, but I think Chickies and Pete's might, surpass that.
Step aside, honey. The Eagles have 4th and 1 here.
Our friend Pete Cherokee must have loved it, right? But Dom, you got the South Philly one. I think they hold the record, in the Northeast. The most Northeast.
Dan, I don't know what Dan's talking about. We were married and we were in Lemon Hill in one of those places in Fairmount Park.
Oh.
And the bagpipers didn't wear anything underneath the skirt.
Wait, you had bagpipers at an Italian wedding?
Well, there were all kinds of things.
That's a Scottish wedding, though.
He was.
They wore a blue bow.
Kind of the price was right.
So, Dom, it's too bad that it's such a slow news day and a slow news weekend,
Yeah.
Nothing going on.
Bill O'Reilly takes the temperature at 12:15 of President Trump. I think this is Trump's finest hour, sincerely. And Alan West tells us what happens next or what he thinks happened there a little bit later.
Oh, perfect. A great Dom show just ahead.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Tasty-Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection on the drivetrain, AC, and more. Get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
Call for your fast free quote today. 800-310-0219. 800-310-0219.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Glad to be back at the palatial worldwide headquarters of Talk Radio 1210. Of course, throughout the show, we'll reprise some of the stuff that happened on Friday. It was a fabulous day. What a crowd. Linda Kearns, Joe Conklin, the gravy sauce, the ignominy of that, although it was a lot of fun. The regular callers.
Wait.
Yes.
So you're finally willing to surrender that it is indeed sauce?
Oh, no.
What?
Not at all.
It continues now.
It will continue.
What's the next chapter in this saga, Dom?
I'm working on it. Roe said she wanted to rig the election, and she never would do that in her life, but she was tempted. That's how furious.
If you happen to be there, Roe was indeed sitting right near us, if you've never seen Roe before, and you could actually hear her audibly muttering under her breath, I'm really angry. She was legitimately angry about the results of that competition.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have more on that. Linda Kearns might be my attorney on this. She thought it was a shoddy election. She sees flaws. There could be a state of New Jersey Supreme Court ruling on it.
I think she's a pro-sauce person, too, isn't she?
No, she didn't say that.
Okay.
But okay, she wants another debate, too. We're already working on Mulligan's 2 for this summer, be it in July, near the end of July, we're thinking. And I can't give a date yet. We had to go through the whole process. But we'll go through. It was such fun. And Scott Presler had a 6-person crew there with him with this camera that had to cost $10,000, filming his every move. He's fired up. He wanted to come on today, even though he's on vacation. He has something here in Pennsylvania at 2 o'clock that is really exciting stuff. And I have something for him to juice up the Supreme Court race. You know, he's put that on the map. Don't retain these judges. Our state Supreme Court, these rogues, and Johnny Doc's brother is the lead rogue. I know, we got a rack. Yeah, I got to tell you this, and I'll develop it a little bit later. They ruled during all this that a bicyclist has the same right to use the roads as do other vehicles, meaning if they're in front of you and they deem they don't want to pull to the side for whatever reason, that's it. The bike, even in 40-mile-an-hour zone. Who are these guys? Are they doing the Grand Prix? Are they the French? What's the French race? Anyhow, they're not doing it. What kind of Supreme Court would write this 20-page opinion affirming that what they call pedal bikers have the same rights on the road as you do? I'll tell you what's behind some of this. Nobody else
pedal
would be. Pedal bikers is the word they use.
Is that the differentiator?
Pedal bikers.
I mean, but is that the differentiator between the motorized bicycles that we hate so much?
I guess. Yeah. Pedal. Do they call them pedal cyclists?
But they have pedals too. I mean,
pedal cyclist. All one word. I don't even think that's a word. I strike this down already.
It sounds like a really
Linda Kearns, get on the phone to them.
Pedal cyclist.
You can't. This can't be legal if it's a made-up word. Pedal cyclists are right to operate. Yes.
Starting in 2022, from the FARS Encyclopedia, NHTSA.gov, starting in 2022, people on motorized bicycles are indeed classified as pedal cyclists instead of motorcyclists.
Yes. But they're calling pedal cyclist here. This guy wasn't on one of those. He was just a biker, and he told a cop essentially go to hell when he was pulled over, wouldn't give his identity. All right, I'll give you more details. My point is this. This state Supreme Court does have impact on our lives. We saw it in the last election. And I know you're thinking, are people really going to be turned on to vote to kick out 3? Just think of the power of that. To kick out 3 of these people. 3 of them are up for retention. Otherwise, they sit there for another 10 years. And one of the Republicans, Robson, voted with this. You know what this is? I've seen it before with people on courts and politicians. It's currying favor with people who will remember this. They'll remember that they did this for them. And the rest of us won't know, except for talk radio, what I'm telling you of what they did. So if you get into it with somebody, you know, you're on the 2-lane highway, you're trying to go around them, they won't pull over enough. You can't risk it. There's a good deal of traffic, 40, 45 miles an hour. You just got to sit behind these jokers. And look, I'm all pro-health up and down the line. Stu Bykowski, way back in the day, warned us of this in places like Philadelphia. And look at what they give us, progressive dreams. One bicycle lane after another to nowhere. Just flouting our rights to travel. They hate the car. All right, we'll get to more of that later. But we got Bill O'Reilly coming up. President Trump texted him in the middle of all this. It made some news a few nights ago. Then we have Alan West coming up to talk about what's gone on here. And Daniel Turner, nobody better on energy, will join us because this is a real test if they try to close the Straits of Hormuz. We only get 5% of our oil. We've almost become energy independent here. China gets 50% through that very small narrows. Thomas Massey, I'm trying to, you know what? I'm officially on the other side. I could see a primary with Thomas. I know in talk radio, you're not allowed to, it's Mr. Libertarian. Maybe even Rand is next, as much as I love Rand Paul. Massey was just on CNN today, and he said 3 bombings to neutralize Iran may turn out to be the 2025 version of 2 weeks to slow the spread. You jerk. Are you kidding me? In other words, what Trump did is a lie to you, according to this guy, who's in a safe district, and he can then just be a gadfly. That's what he is. And I get it. I get the Constitution. I get all that. Is that the best he has, though? This is Trump's finest hour. I think Trump was buttoned up on this. I don't think Trump was all over the place at all. He has a firm belief, now we're going to see if he's right, that America has such power that if we act economically and militarily decisively, we can put down most of these things. We can calm them down. That's exactly what he did in the first term. And that's what he's doing here. This was American power. I'm still reeling of exactly how many bunker busters. How did the world let the Iranians casually go down 300 feet at the main depot for developing a bomb and engage in that and just sit idly by? How in the world? Because they're thinking, well, what are we going to do here? Here's Steve Hilton, formerly of Fox. This is Cut 9, Henry, making the point that other presidents, almost every one of them, and then I'm going to tell you who I think, if this person were president, I think they would have acted too. And if you're fair, you'll agree with me. No, I don't think Obama would have. We know that. I don't think Bill Clinton, he didn't act that way with North Korea. There's somebody not president, though, who would have. Listen to Hilton. Formerly, they drew a red line, but then when they crossed it, they ignored it.
To me, the president came out, he spoke for a little over a minute. He kind of came out, he said his piece, boom, and he was gone. You have Democrats that are already calling for impeachment. They're saying it's illegal, so on and so forth. You have Republicans that are largely in favor of this. In fact, I mean, there's a few Republicans who are somewhat reticent, the fact that, but largely in favor. This looks like a major political victory at this point in time for him, Steve.
Yes. There's no question about that, I think, Trace. I mean, these decisions are incredibly difficult for any leader. Just think what the president has been through, weighing up the options. Only he can make the decision. And he made the decision, and he made it after giving Iran every opportunity to avoid this. And they didn't, and he made the decision, unlike previous leaders who set red lines and then ignored them. And what you're seeing here, I think, is exactly why so many people saw President Trump as a breath of fresh air. He is not an ideologue, never has been. He always has been a problem-solving, pragmatic leader who just wants to fix the problem, whatever it is, without recourse to ideology. He's never been jingoistic and gung-ho about this. He said he wants peace, but he's also said very clearly Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and that is part of peace. And he's acted on that. And whatever uncertainty there may be, and there's a lot of uncertainty about what comes in the days and weeks ahead, one thing is really clear tonight, that is certain, that America now projects strength around the world, and that every regime that wants to cause trouble around the world, every dangerous regime or potential dangerous regime knows that when President Trump speaks, he means it, and he will act on it and follow through. That is a huge positive result, not just for all of us here, but for the whole world.
All right, we'll get to the Massey cut after O'Reilly, I think, here. So keep that up there. Massey on the other side of it, ridiculous. He made a great point there. And they keep running out the clock. Time, man. Well, they're not talking. They know exactly what they're doing. This is always a question of wills. And our will and Trump's will and the American military might. Look, as a guy who went without sleep 24 hours several times doing this, 37 hours. I hope they were sleeping on the plane. I hope the crew, I know they had some creature comforts there, like a bathroom and some snacks. 37-hour flight to do this. That's remarkable in and of itself. What are the Iranians going to do? All right, Bill O'Reilly's next with a lot of insight into the mind of Trump, particularly during this. Is this Trump's finest hour? I would say it is. I'll give you the side question. I'm loving the side question today. It involves FedEx. Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Always a good day when Bill O'Reilly's with us, but particularly the psyche of Trump in this is all determinant. You've heard O'Reilly lay it out better than anybody in the world, for my money, for all the reasons that we've talked about. Let's go to Bill O'Reilly on Talk Radio 1210. Bill, welcome in. Your name popped up instantaneously when I saw the text. But then when I saw Trump apparently buttoned up on this, really thinking it through, at least more so than I usually think, big time, what can you tell us?
Well, I was surprised by the timing because he went to Westminster, New Jersey on Friday. And that means that he had not made the decision to do the bombing by the time he left Washington to go up to his golf club. So something happened, and I don't know what it is, and everybody's buttoned down. But he got some kind of intel or maybe some Israeli input that this was the window, because he had to get those bombers up from Missouri to go in and that took 30 hours. It was a big round trip. It was a big logistical thing. But he made a quick decision, and he went back. As soon as he went back, I said, there's something going on, but I just still didn't think it was going to be on Saturday night. Because he has a NATO meeting tomorrow. He's over in Europe tomorrow in Holland. I figured I'd probably go over there, and then he'll do it afterward. But there was something. It'll come out, but I don't have it yet.
Hey, Bill, can you hold up 1 second? I'm just going to place you on hold here. We got a little problem, a little distortion there, Dan. I don't know if there's anything we can do here with him. If not, I'll try again. But to my ear, it was kind of a bit distortive. All right, so O'Reilly talking about the timing of this, when this is going to happen here. All right, let me go back to Bill and Talk Radio 1210. So, Bill, you were talking about the timing of this. We got that.
Okay. So going forward, nobody knows. It's all objective. Iran is very weak. They don't really have the capacity to do anything. So they say they're going to close this, Strait to Hormuz. That would hurt China. China's one of the few countries that still deals with them. So, that'd be another bad move. So they're basically there, and they're trying to figure out how to save some kind of face. But other than individual terror actions, I don't see what that would be.
Yeah, I wanted to go back, though, Bill. Your sense, it shows, does it not, that Trump is just not ideological. He sees the problem. He's going to fix it. America first is not isolationist, not when you have what apparently is a pretty much imminent threat.
Well, he looks at the world as transactional, as we've discussed, you and me.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no transaction for the Iranians. They simply were not going to stop enriching the uranium. And after months and months and months, then Trump said, okay, the transaction is going to be, we're going to bomb you, and then you'll have to make peace. So that's where we are. He's not a complicated guy, Trump. He gave him a window. They tried to, delay. In the meantime, they were still sending money to Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and all of that. And Trump said enough. And, if you look back on history, that's usually the way presidents make decisions. Enough. I think he did the right thing. I think most Americans believe that. But you have a dissent, and there's nothing wrong with dissenting about it. However, in the case with me, the dissenters, they can't stand up to the facts of the case.
Any thoughts on someone like Tucker Carlson, Bill, who just to me, when he was in that supermarket in Moscow and all, one of the smarter guys, but enough already. What's the deal with Carlson and his angle in all this?
I just think he's an isolationist.
Okay.
And I don't think there's a lot more to it than that. And he has a segment of the American population that follows him. Not a lot. But, he can get his word out on X. And he is firmly convinced that America should not be supporting Israel and should not be bothering Putin. And that's what he believes. So as American citizens, we all have, the right to say okay or not okay. But, I don't think he's doing anything from malevolent motives. I think that's what he believes, that isolationism is best for the country.
What kind of response are you getting? BillO'Reilly.com, all your enterprises?
Well, my whole thing, as you know, is fact-based. So it's hard to come after me. So in 40 minutes, I'm going to do Piers Morgan's show. Now, initially, Glenn Beck was on the show with me. And Beck was a friend of mine. He's an isolationist, too. But now he's not. It's just going to be me and Morgan.
Oh, what could go wrong?
Now, I don't know why. I mean, Beck might have something better to do. I don't know. But I got a sheet here in front of me, Dom. And you'll see it on the News tonight. And if you go read my message of the day, you get a preview of it on BillO'Reilly.com. These facts are unassailable. It's just like you can't say, no, you're wrong. I had Carville last week on News Nation, and I'll be on there at 9 p.m. tonight, telling me that it was all Trump's fault because he got out of the nuke deal that Obama had put together. Well, if you look at that deal, Iran was cheating all over the place on it.
That's what they're going to do.
Right,
So,
everybody, the United Nations acknowledges that. So why would you stay in a deal where the bad guys are cheating and they're getting money to do it? Why would you stay in a deal like that?
Hey, Bill, here's a little nugget. Maybe you have it on your fact sheet. I knew he did a lot, but 2016, I just saw this in two sources. President Obama, 26,000 bombs on 7 nations. So, Trump is mild, I think, or relatively in the range of President Obama. This isn't anything outside the box here.
Look, if they're going to play the War Powers Act game, which Schumer is doing, the biggest hypocrite in the country is Senator Schumer. They're going to play that game. You're going to go back to 98 where Clinton bombed Afghanistan. Then in 99, he bombed Kosovo. Then in 15, Obama bombed Libya, regime change. Gaddafi wound up in a ditch with his throat cut. And all of these people didn't consult with Congress before they did it.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
What are you talking about?
Yep, exactly. Well, that's where they're going to go. Bill, you've had a little bit of time now to think about it more. China, where are we on what you're doing on China and your recent visit?
Well, they've been very restrained on this one. And Russia's been the one who's been most bellicose. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. Russia, that's what they do over there. But Beijing is getting very, very low-key. They go, we don't like it. And, okay. They got so many economic problems, Dom, over there that and remember, there's no reporting that comes out of China.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like CNN's on the ground or, nobody is there to tell the world what's happening inside. It's a police state. So, but my sources are impeccable. And they have a huge problem with their economy now. And so they cannot afford to rattle Trump's cage. So I don't expect them to go to Iran's aid. I don't. I'd be surprised if they do.
Bill, you know both better than I. I've only interviewed them once each. But the person I just teased that I thought also would have bombed Iran, I don't know about Obama. I know he bombed other countries. Bill Clinton, I don't think would have, but I think Hillary Clinton, I give her credit, I think Hillary Clinton would have.
Well, she was behind the Libyan situation. There's no doubt about that she was pushing Obama as Secretary of State to take care of Gaddafi. But, all of this is conjecture. What I can tell you is there was no mechanism at all in the Biden administration to hold Iran to account on anything. And that's why they ran wild. And that's why on October 7th, when those Israelis were slaughtered by Hamas, that's why that happened. If Trump had been president, October 7th never would have happened in a million years. But the mullahs, like everybody else in the world, and I mean that literally, knew that Biden was incapacitated and weak. And if the Americans had elected Kamala Harris, she never would have bombed Iran.
No.
In a million years.
Without a doubt. So upcoming book is out in September?
Yeah, and the irony of this book, and you should have it any second now, is that I got Putin and the Ayatollah on the cover.
Yeah.
I am Nostradamus.
Well, I will be.
It's called
Go ahead, Bill.
Confronting Evil, and there they are.
Well, I'm particularly your take on Putin, who is stone cold evil to me. These religious evil, that's one thing. I understand how that happens. But Putin is the real deal. I mean, he is beyond almost anything. He's rational, I think. I don't think he's deranged, and that makes it even worse.
But he's psychotic.
Yeah.
And when you read the book, you'll find out why.
All right. It's on the list. I can hardly wait. Call my wife during the break and see if we got it today.
When you get it, you read it, and then we'll give you a little preview on it. It'll be out September 9th, Confronting Evil.
All right, Bill. We'll be watching tonight, BillO'Reilly.com, and you and Piers Morgan. That's fun. That's a lot of fun.
It should be lively.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, Don, thanks for having me.
BillO'Reilly.com here. Dan, I didn't detect he's as far. I couldn't get him to take me in. I see this as Trump's biggest moment here. O'Reilly was like, well, this is what Trump does. No, he drilled down on this. He was talking constantly to people about, would this work? And according to all accounts, it did work. Now, does that mean they're not going to start up again? They're crazed. Yes. Most of life, almost all, it's a test of wills. It's the South Philly version. You're going to do this? All right, then I'm going to do that. One of us then, at some point, somebody's going to give up here. They're not till you kill more of them, apparently. They're going to try to continue to do this again, but it's going to take them years. All right, let me give you the side question. This, by the way, of Henry Machette. So I saw yesterday, watching a golf tournament, the guy who came up with just an unbelievable idea, FedEx, overnight. You know how he did it, too. People said, oh, yeah, the post office. Can you imagine getting something overnight? Oh, yeah. God, you got to be kidding me. And you're going to do overnight? The post office can't do that. Yeah, well, that's another story. And Henry, the business mustn't have been doing well, right? So he got involved. They were down to their last $5,000.
So, yeah, Fred was down to his last $5,000 for the company. There was no way he could pay for fuel and other expenses for the next week. And that meant they would have to close up shop. So what did he do? Well, he invested it at the blackjack table. He turned that $5K into $27,000, which allowed them to fuel their trucks and, finish their other expenses for another week until they got more funding. And that saved the company back in the early 70s.
That is a heck of a story. So we're looking for that all-time risk or gamble. This. I'm not saying go to AC right now. Put it down. You'll save your life. I have the winner right here in front of me, but I'm going to take it off as I don't want someone blurting it out and then the game's over today, Dan. You know what the winner is?
What's that?
All-time gamble. And you could say, well, I don't know. It turned out to be right, so how much of a gamble? Landing a plane on the Hudson.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I defy you to come up with a bigger, because the conventional pilots would have been going deep in their heart, we're going to crash. But you know what? I can't land a plane on the Hudson. Just think of this guy, the craziness, the skill. Isn't that the guy you want flying? If I'm Trump, I'm putting him on Air Force One. He's in charge.
I'm surprised he isn't already, flying the thing.
Yeah, exactly. You could fly with that guy. You could be in like a hot air balloon, Yeah, I think I'll land this giant plane on the Hudson. One good Tom Hanks role out of, a few. All right. I'll also take off D-Day. D-Day, if it had failed, Eisenhower said how bad it would have been. It was a big risk. They had to take it, though. And looking back on it, how did it work? What the hell were the Germans? They're on top of the looking down on you. Months, Rommel, the whole thing. Well, the element of surprise, they thought they might go where Patton was, and the audacity of doing it in pretty high seas. All right, Dan, what do you have?
I got a couple, Dom, through history. One, I'll give you Steven Spielberg and George Lucas's bet.
Okay.
Have you ever heard about this?
Vaguely, yeah.
So George Lucas thought Close Encounters of the Third Kind would make more money than Star Wars. So he said to Spielberg, let's swap 2.5% of the movie's profits for eternity.
Okay.
Well, it turns out Star Wars turned into the franchise that it became. Spielberg made more than $40 million and more to date on that wager. And how about, Dom, we'll go to the world of sports. I like all-time gambles in sports, this one being a failed gamble or a trade, let's say. How about Herschel Walker being sent to Dallas, getting all those picks back on a gamble and turning them into what they turned them into, and Dallas just crushed that trade?
I usually would go with the player. All these draft pick guys. Who the hell's that at Borowski?
Yeah, but that's why it's an all-time gamble.
He's 6'8". He does the 40 in about 5 hours.
When you're getting 2 first-round picks, 3 second. What is it? 3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks. Turns it into Emmitt Smith. You got Darren Woodson out of it.
Yeah, or you could be the Sixers and turns it into an ingrate. If they pick this guy coming here, a guy who doesn't want to come here, who is beyond marginal, played on a losing team with another guy who's going to be picked number 2 in the draft, most likely. And this guy doesn't want to come to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Right there. That's it. I don't care.
No,
he's out.
He's out on my board.
Oh,
too.
he's out. Man, give me a break.
Yeah, it's a shame because that agent who's giving him advice, I mean, it's the same guy a few years ago who represented his own son. His son fell from a lottery pick to the second round. So this guy's just not. Yeah, this guy's just not very good at his job.
What's yours, Emery?
Yeah, so I got two here in the sports realm. With the Oklahoma City Thunder winning the NBA championship last night, have to revisit that fateful trade that sent Paul George to the Los Angeles Clippers in return for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and a ton of draft picks. Now, if you know anything about the NBA, you know Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was the NBA MVP this year. He was the conference finals MVP. He was the NBA finals MVP. He was the scoring leader in the NBA. And you look at the Clippers, what did they get out of it? Well, Paul George isn't even on the Clippers anymore. They didn't win anything with him. In fact, he's on the Sixers. So that's an all-time trade that ended up working out for the Thunder, especially because those picks turned into one of them being Jalen Williams, which is their number 2 player. The other one I'm going to do with is going against the conventional wisdom. About a year ago, the Philadelphia Eagles were in the market for a running back, and they decided, hey, let's go after our division rival's best player, Saquon Barkley. A lot of national media pundits said, wow, what a bad deal. You can't pay a running back in today's game. That's a waste of money. It's a complete overpay. Who knows if he's even going to be good there, if he can even stay healthy. Well, I think about a year later, you can say not only did that trade work out, but I think it reset the landscape for football in making running backs, a priority in your offense again.
That's big.
Yeah,
Yep,
the big risk that paid off.
All right, so all-time risk or gamble, it might not have paid off as long as it's reasonable. You can hit us with that. I still say Sully's saying, yeah, we're landing on the Hudson. And the guy who played the co-pilot in the film, like, okay, let's flaps down. Let's get ready to land on the Hudson. Imagine you're a passenger and the guy's landing on the Hudson.
Yeah,
I'm thinking, hey, I'm going to land in the Atlantic Ocean over in North Wildwood. I see Dom Giordano there. Let's land there.
Just imagine flying close to the water and you're like, am I going to go under this water or are we going to land on top of it? Yeah.
I don't even know how that worked.
Can I take one more gamble off?
Yeah,
just because I feel like this is like one of the biblical answers or the Trump answers. Well, it is a Trump answer. It's Trump coming down the escalator, making the gamble of putting his entire corporate life on the line to become a president.
Well, and running again and seeing that if he didn't win, he was going to jail. That's a huge gamble risk. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. We'll get you on board. By the way, so I don't forget, thanks to Dan Gilroy. And Dan was the architect of sending that gravy mug from the great Ralph's restaurant. We embarrassed them by losing. I held that up as the secret weapon. And thanks to Pat Malloy, armed guard, bringing that down all the way to North Wildwood and depositing right there at my table.
Secret weapon really worked, huh?
Yeah. I thought I cracked the case with that. I delivered. It wasn't the Epstein files. I held it up right there. Ralph says it's gravy. 125 years. I don't know. We've got to get a better clientele in July. There are people that saying we need a revote.
Just so people remember, it was 2-to-1 sauce. 2 votes for sauce for every 1 gravy is how it ended up.
Yeah, I think the gravy people want to be heard. You got to show up. And Frank of South Philly, I think, was taken out on a stretcher at the end of that vote.
I think the problem was holding it in New Jersey and Wildwood and not in South Philly.
That's right.
If you hold it in South Philly, it's going to be 2-to-1 gravy, I feel.
Yeah. And I did beat Linda Kearns with Sinatra versus Elvis. She says it's a stacked deck. Wherever you go, they're going to say Sinatra unless you're in the South, maybe.
That crowd reaction, though, when we asked for the termination, it was very much in favor of you.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, we'll have that after.
Skillful arguing, coming up, too, we'll play you this Thomas Massey clip. This guy, look, I love Constitution, respect, purism, and all that. He's saying, the representative, what we've done here, isn't this like saying we're going to beat COVID after 2 weeks, just board up and all that? Really? Is that what Trump has done here? Is it fraudulent? That's what he's saying. 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment, though. Big news, Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of the already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order. on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, use the code WELLNESS for 33% off any single bottle. That's the code WELLNESS, WELLNESS, 33% off on top of 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com and do it today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
The working families of Long Island Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
An extreme heat warning is in effect for the Delaware Valley. Plenty of sunshine, very hot and humid today. High temperature up around 98, but it'll feel more like 105 with the humidity. The record high for today is 98. For tonight, mostly clear, very muggy and warm with a low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And Tuesday, continued sunshine, hot and humid with a high 99.
Get 3.99% financing for up to 72 months on the 2025 Elantra, Kona, Tucson, or Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Shop PiazzaHyundai.com today and schedule a test drive.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, let's advance the story here a little bit. This will be cut 14. Tom Homan now. The next thing we're looking at, sleeper cells from Iran, Joe Biden administration. Here's what Tom Homan told Maria Bartiromo about the number of Iranian nationals released, set off into America maybe to kill us. Here's what Homan said.
So I pulled numbers this morning just from a CBP under Joe Biden. There was 1,272 nationals of Iran released in the country between OFO and the Border Patrol. And you compare that to the Trump administration, zero. Right, 0 releases. And right now, because of President Trump's leadership, we have the most secure border in my lifetime, most secure border in the history of this nation. So we have a secure border. That was President Trump's big win on securing this nation. So we're not releasing people in this country. Special interest aliens aren't crossing that border undetected. But under Joe Biden, we had over 10 million people cross that border. But my biggest concern from day one, beyond the fentanyl, beyond the sex trafficking women and children, were the 2 million known gotaways. Over 2 million people crossed that border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, because they got away, because Border Patrol was so overwhelmed with the humanitarian crisis that Biden created that over 2 million people crossed the border and got away. That is my biggest concern, and that's what created the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever seen.
All right. Part of the vulnerability, too, is energy, draining our strategic oil reserve, not American dominance under Biden. Trump trying to restore that. Coming up, Daniel Turner, who is the very best to talk about American energy that we know of out there, will lay out where we are with this. How much could this possibly hurt us? We'll take your calls. I know a lot of people pen up to talk about Friday. It was an all-timer. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, just got a report on Fox News and other places. Dom Giordano show, Iran has launched 6 missiles toward the U.S. bases in Qatar. One of the biggest things, though, we're looking at here, the difference. Could it be astronomical between Biden and President Trump, or any Democrat for that reason, when it comes to power, when it comes to energy? Joining us, Daniel Turner, founder and executive director of Power the Future here on Talk Radio 1210. Daniel, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Dom, great to be on with you again. I appreciate you having me back.
Well, that was one of the signatures, and you talked about it second to none in the first Trump administration, and he's trying on this. But give us your assessment due to the Biden years. Where are we when it comes to energy and energy security?
Well, I think the remarkable change in just 5.5, 6 months I guess we are at the 6-month mark of the Trump era is what we are seeing in oil prices. And oil prices are always future looking, right? Your oil markets know how much are we consuming, how much are we producing, but most importantly, where are we headed? Where is the oil industry headed? And for 4 years under Biden, we saw the oil market say, woof, we're in bad shape. There's no permitting. There's no leasing. They've shut off the outer continental shelf. They've closed most of Alaska. They're preventing banks from lending to the fossil fuel industry. And it's why for 4 years under Biden, even after COVID subsided, oil stayed at $85, $80 a barrel consistently. Enter the Trump administration, and oil got to $57 a barrel. Now, it is up. Don't get me wrong. It is up from when Israel first hit Iran and then the fallout from that. But it hasn't even hit. It's still $10 less than the average what it was of the Biden years. And then America attacked Iran. We launched all those bunker busters, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone woke up this morning and said, woo, oil's going to be 140, 150. Oil's down. I mean, it's down pennies, but it's basically, I guess we could say it's flat. And so the reason why is because the markets look at that and say, yeah, what's going on in the Middle East is big. Yeah, Iran threatening to close the Straits of Hormuz is big. But we're not nervous about the future because we look at what American energy is doing, and oil prices have stayed flat or they've even dropped a little bit. And that mental confidence that markets have, that part of Adam Smith's invisible hand, right? Part of that, invisible, that unknown quantity that thinks about the free market, whatever that is, looks at the world geopolitically and says, we're fine. Don't be nervous. And we're consistent. That is remarkable for an energy industry to withstand these geopolitical situations.
Couldn't be put better. That's exactly what I thought you'd say, but I wanted to hear from the expert for listeners. Do they also think, you know what, Trump is going to use this? He's already talked about oil prices, keeping them down. In other words, he's on this to pivot point, again, that we have to even be more self-sufficient because of these things that may happen.
Absolutely. And compare that to the previous administration where we were releasing Iran from all of their sanctions and buying their oil. We did the same to Venezuela. Joe Biden went to Saudi Arabia and asked them to increase production, but he punished domestic production. I don't know what it would take to bring up formal charges of aggression towards the nation. It's not necessarily treason, but it is hostility, domestic hostility of the previous administration when it came to our energy industry. You think of Secretary Granholm, that kind of viral clip. She was the energy secretary under Biden. That viral clip when she was asked about oil prices, and she laughed and said, "There's nothing we can do about oil prices. Oil prices are controlled by OPEC. Right? Nothing I can do. I'm just a powerless bureaucrat." Compare that to, again, this administration that says there's a lot we can do. We can create the conditions. We can open up permitting, open up land, open up financing, not punish banks. Right? Remember, the Biden administration punished banks if they lended to the fossil fuel industry. They were charged a higher base point by the Fed. This was a plan by Gary Gensler at the Securities and Exchange Commission. They punished banks if they lent to the fossil fuel industry. All of that is gone, and the result is, yes, the price of eggs have dropped. Yes, the price of gas has dropped, but world politics aren't impacting our energy industry anymore. How the hell does the Biden administration, the former Biden administration, how do they sleep at night? How do they look at themselves and say, yeah, we let Iran increase their oil production, and sure, they used that money to attack Israel and kill thousands and unleash terrorism.
Well, we allowed the Russians to do it too because we're not exploiting this, and as a result, they're talking about Ukraine. What could Russia do if they're undercut, and we could undercut them?
Absolutely. I just tweeted this yesterday as an article dropped to say that Turkey has radically increased their purchase of Russian oil since prices are down, right? Because Russia is still on the same global oil prices as America. And I thought, Turkey, why are they part of NATO again? Right? Turkey has never abided by the Russian oil sanctions. They looked at us and said, oh, you guys are going to boycott Russia? Yeah, that's fine. We're going to continue to buy, and then you know what? Spain, Italy, Germany, France will sell it to you guys, and we'll charge us a little commission. So the entire European Union really never boycotted Russia. They just paid a little bit more, and they bought it through Turkey, who in theory is a member of NATO. So again, geopolitics, weak leadership, not even leadership, weak figureship, weak Biden administration, just a disaster, a 4-flipping-year disaster that if you're not careful, you will launch out into profanities and drink yourself to death.
Yeah, I'm glad you pulled yourself back in.
You can't understand how these people live with themselves.
Exactly, Daniel. Where do we find you, Daniel?
PowerTheFuture.com.
Daniel, thank you. Thanks for coming on. Every day is a great day when you're on with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless.
Daniel Turner here, PowerTheFuture.com. Let me go to Susan in Winmore. All right, Susan, you were a big hit on Friday. Thank you. Thanks for the Tate's cookies. They were eaten by the afternoon. What are your thoughts on Friday?
Well, I knew you were going to eat those cookies almost immediately because you grabbed them and sat them right in front of you within eye view on your table so nobody else would get their hands on them.
That's right.
It was so much fun, Dom. So much fun.
Well, it was, and Susan, people like you and the others came out. They make it talk radio. It's
you want a moment to gloat, Dom? I'll give you a moment to gloat. Can you put this up, Henry, real quick?
Yes.
Applause for Linda.
Applause for Elvis and Linda. All right, applause for Frank Sinatra and Dom.
There you go.
Oh, man.
That was a high point. That was a high point of the
takes
day.
round one.
So, Susan, were you a sauce or gravy?
I was a sauce.
Oh,
Sorry.
my God.
Yeah, Suze.
Everybody needs that. It's like Crawford, Cindy Crawford. Everybody has to have a beauty mark. It's like a flaw there, the sauce.
Exactly. But so I finally met Joe from Columbus. He is the nicest guy.
Oh, absolutely.
Great hair, too, huh?
Great hair, yeah.
And beautiful teeth.
Thank you, Susan. It was wonderful. Susan from the Apollo. And Joe's son, Rode, just raved about what a kid. It was unbelievable. And that beer that I poured, I got to work on the head of it, though. I'm told there wasn't enough head on there.
Yeah,
so
you need more foam, Dom.
More
foam. Which is something you don't hear often. It's
Boy,
usually the
right.
opposite.
Yeah, so I'm scheduled for Fred Herring to go to Bucks County and pour beers or something. All right, coming up, the great Colonel Allen West. What has Allen West said about what's happened here, and more importantly, going forward, and your calls, all unfold in the big 1 o'clock hour.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Well, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? No,
I don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. In Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, the hits keep on coming. Who better to bring on to talk about what we've seen play out and what we're going to see in Congress, where he served also, than the great Colonel Allen B. West here on the Dom Giordano Show. Colonel, welcome back. Thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure always to be with you, Dom. Thanks.
How did you feel as a premier, a guy that we think of when we think of the military, first thought here on my show and all the time you've been in Philadelphia, when you see the American military, the 37-hour flights, the precision, this general raising Cain. Your thoughts when all that was going down?
Well, the first thing you think about is the quote from Sir Edmund Burke when he said that all is necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. It's a reminder to the American people that they saw that parade of our American military, our Army, in the 250th birthday. We have the most capable, the most powerful Army, Air Force, Marine, Navy that the world has ever seen, the world has known. And when they are committed to a mission, they're going to plan it and they're going to execute it to perfection. And that's exactly what you saw. This is a highly complex operation that they did, but they executed, like I said, without a single flaw, without a single mistake. And that should give every single American an incredible amount of pride.
It also should tell our enemies, the bigger enemies, the Russians, the Chinese, and the like, look at this and imagine the full array of American military might, the technology, the skill, the expertise, the commitment. Do you really want to push back against that?
Well, you're absolutely right. It did send a message to China and Russia, and especially Russia, because one of the things that we have been so concerned about was this quote-unquote venerable S-300 surface-to-air missile system, but the Israeli Air Force took that out. So now that Tehran and really and truthfully all of Iran, Israel and the United States of America had air dominance, not air superiority, air supremacy. We had air dominance. So that's a message to Vladimir Putin about that system. But also, I think the biggest loser in this whole thing could be China because of all the dependence that they have on Iranian oil and gas and other issues.
Now we move to Congress, where you served also. Republicans have the commander, but we have people like Thomas Massey. I don't think he was there when you were there. And I respect up to a large point fidelity to the Constitution. After all, you are a prime figure when it comes to that. But how in the world do you tell yourself that this is violative of the Constitution? If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, they're a threat not just to Israel and the world, they're a threat to us. It's imminent.
Right now.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's not an unconstitutional act that the president undertook. As a matter of fact, he was well within the War Powers Act. I mean, he has not been conducting any type of operations nowhere near 90 days. He did not commit any American troops onto the ground. Basically, this was an aerial raid operation. We went in, we struck a target, very defined target, 3 nuclear missile sites, and then we returned back home. And when you look at how we've been dealing with Iran since 1979, and I think a lot of people have forgotten before 9/11, there was the October the 23rd of 1983 Beirut barracks bombing, where Hezbollah, supported by Iran, killed 234 Marine sailors, and I think 1 or 2 soldiers are included in that number. Iran has been killing Americans for quite some time with the explosive force penetrators. So to have a member of our United States House of Representatives think that we should take the Neville Chamberlain approach, that's very disconcerting.
Yeah, you can always find, several people said over the weekend, and I asked Bill O'Reilly about this, President Obama would not have struck it. Then we know Bill Clinton wouldn't, based upon what he did with North Korea. I give her credit. Yeah. I could see Hillary Clinton in this situation, though, one of the few Democrats that I think, given the information Trump has, that she might have done it.
Think about if Bill Clinton had been successful in striking and taking out Osama bin Laden, which he blew, how many thousands of American lives would have been saved? And really, when you look at the ascendancy of Iran since the whole 1979 thing, Jimmy Carter, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, think about the billions of dollars that Obama flew over on an unmarked plane in the middle of the night. Think about the tens of billions of dollars that Joe Biden released to the Iranians. So it's about time we had an American president that stood up and told Iran, no, you can't have this capability. You're not going to have this capability. And he took action.
Apparently, Iran has fired, we believe, at least Fox and a couple of other sources, 6 missiles. But we don't know of any damage or anything. Could it be, look, they have to save face. They're going to do that. What do you think, if Iran does what, would trigger us to have to do more? What's the line, if anything?
Yeah, I just saw that report, and I'm looking at it right now that they did fire some missiles at the Al Udeid base there in Qatar, but they were intercepted. I don't know if any did strike the air base, but no report of any injuries. So, yeah, they have to try to, beat the horns and say that, we're still belligerent fighting back. But you don't hear anything from Gulf Cooperation countries, the GCC countries. You don't hear anything out of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, from the folks down in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. And I think the Qataris are going to be kind of upset that they were launching missiles into their airspace as well. So Iran is isolated. And I think that that's a good thing, because that's how you get a lasting peace, to isolate evil, to diminish it, to degrade its ability to be able to export it. My biggest concern, Dom, is with 4 years of open borders, what type of terrorist cells we could have here in this country.
Yeah, apparently they released, not just they caught them and released 1,276 Iranian nationals of the Biden administration years back into the United States. It's just, I just hope no American has to pay the cost for that. How about in Iran? What's your sense, the sense I get from people that we have on, and then just my own radar screen on it, that seems like maybe 15 to 20% of the population is pretty aggressive, entrenched there religiously, and they're controlling the rest. How likely would you see an uprising?
I think that's the potential of that happening is very high. There is no way that Israel would have been able to do what they did on the ground without some type of support from Iranian resistance on the ground. So I think that that's a very viable thing, and I think that's why the Israelis just recently hit the military unit that's responsible for putting down uprisings in Iran. So, yes, all this talk about regime change, that's up to the Iranian people. The most important thing that the United States of America, President Trump, did not want to see happen was a nuclear capability and capacity for Iran to launch that, and to include putting into a dirty bomb and having some terrorists be able to take it into any city across Western Europe, Israel, or here in the United States.
Absolutely. And I think part of this, the Chinese have been largely silent on this. No aggression. Mm-hmm. You don't hear too much from them, maybe indicating they have trouble at home, their economy, et cetera. They don't want to antagonize the Trump administration. The Russians do the usual thing they do, but you don't hear the Chinese saying very much.
And I would almost guarantee that Xi Jinping is making phone calls to the Ayatollah, wherever he's hiding out, saying at some point in time, you're going to need to capitulate, because China cannot afford to lose Iran. China cannot afford to all of a sudden lose how much of a percentage of their oil and natural gas, which will throw their economy even deeper in trouble. So I think that what President Trump has really caused is a strategic geopolitical domino effect against the new 21st century axis of evil, being it going after Iran. That affects China, that affects Russia, that affects North Korea.
Absolutely. Where do we find all things Colonel Alan B. West?
Well, you can find me out on Substack. I just put a piece out on Substack about, not missing an opportunity like what we just saw in Iran, and then also Steadfast and Loyal podcast and all the social media, except for you and I, we don't do that TikTok thing because it controls it.
Thanks, Colonel, very much. Thank you.
God bless. Appreciate you, Dom.
Thanks, Colonel Alan B. West. By the way, I'm just thinking about that with the Colonel. Let's give a praise to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Now, some of this stuff, the planning, the general, the raising Cain, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, this was in play for a while. But if this had gone sideways, they'd be blaming Hegseth. So you got to think that Pete Hegseth is doing a good job on this. That's a takeaway that you don't hear in too many places, not even so much on Fox. All right, Dan, here is Thomas Massie. Here is the congressman from Kentucky. And again, I get it. I get the Constitution. I get the talk of that. Look, I love Rand Paul, but, there is a line here that's been crossed, and I don't see constitutionally what Trump did that crosses any line. Here's what Thomas Massie said. This is regrettable. I think this guy has to be primaried if he's going to go around saying stuff like this. Here's Massie.
That this isn't an act of war, I find ludicrous. This is a hot war. There are two nations, Israel and Iran, trading volleys of missiles every night, every day, and we're co-belligerent now in this war.
I mean, the vice president went on to say that they needed to act now because there was a narrow window, and if they waited, it could have been too late. And they needed to stop the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Do you not share that concern?
No, I don't share that concern. But I have another concern, and that is that 3 bombings to neutralize Iran may turn out to be the 2025 version of 2 weeks to slow the spread. This could turn into a protracted, prolonged engagement, and I'm here to represent the base of the MAGA party that got Trump elected. Most of us were tired of the wars in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, and we were promised that we wouldn't be engaging in another one. Yet here we see this happening, and there's the president and the administration say, "Oh, we're done. We've had our little bombing, and now this is over." But what happens if this drags on between Israel and Tel Aviv gets pummeled by Iran? Is President Trump going to say we're going to sit by and not do anything in that instance? I'm leery of this given everything that's happened before.
All right, there's Thomas Massey now. And last week down the shore, not on Friday because we had the event, but on Tuesday we had just a flow of callers who were enunciating what Massey said there. Oh, this is kind of a betrayal. What are you talking about? We're only going to get in deeper. No, I think this is calculated. It's been successful so far. And yes, the Iranians and the Israelis are going to go back and forth, but we are not going to be intervening in any way. This was not a war on the Iranian people. We're not hitting them. We are stopping this threat to the world. And I think we've done a good job to stop it. And one thing I talked with O'Reilly, Politico says the same thing. Trump believes that American power economically and militarily is so supreme that if we use it decisively in the manner that he has, it gets great results. That belief is going to be tested here. We'll see if the Iranians in an asymmetric way can contend. What would we do then? So there is an attack on the U.S. military base in Qatar. We're not sure if they fired directly at them. Is this a saving face or not? What will happen next, I think, is determinative by what happens there. In other words, how does this attack seem to play out? Okay? 855-839-1210. Got a great side question today. All-time gamble or risk? Henry found that the head of FedEx, who sadly passed away over the weekend, the company was having trouble, went to a blackjack table, kept them going, and the rest is one of the most successful organizations out there, built on urgency the next day. Not like, the government, the post office. Frank in South Philly. Frank's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Frank. Congratulations on a great time, great sauce. Well, the sauce won, but great gravy from you and seeing you in person there in action.
You almost said it, Dom.
Well, no, I've said what the result was.
Yeah, great sauce.
But
yeah.
Frank, you took it like a champion there, and there's going to be a comeuppance on this. It's not over yet. We have 2 more events there.
Hey, Dom, I'd like to ask you a question in the results of the count that Sauce won. But there was a late switch of 3 people that voted Sauce, and I convinced them to the difference between sauce and gravy. And yes. they spoke. I believe you or Dan after that, and I think that count we would have won. The gravy would have won.
All right, we're going to have to do more. You were very persuasive. And my wife wanted to fix the election, not that she would. That's how bad this was.
No. I had my one cousin that used to own Ozzy's restaurant on Patchogue Avenue. He was on Patchogue Avenue for 40 years, and he would explain what the difference between sauce and gravy. Dom, I had a wonderful time. The food was great over there. It was nice. We had a great time. My wife and my cousin and my friend from the VFW that I belong to in Glendora, New Jersey.
Yeah,
So,
Frank. Well, you were a hit. You were very visible and just exactly what we expected. So we got to get you back.
Frank,
for the
I do
segment.
appreciate you sending away the guys with the baseball bats that are coming after me for quote fixing the vote there.
Hey,
You know?
hey, Dom.
Yeah.
Dom, one other thing that I had a chance to sell about 20 jars of gravy, and I turned them down. I said I don't sell my gravy. I give it to personal friends of mine or people that appreciate it. So you and the crew over there I appreciate you guys.
Oh, well, we appreciate you, Frank. And we were inundated by just great gravy, Frank. Thank you so much. What's your answer on the side today?
Dom, I want to give you the Moneyball movie that they had a team that was just lousy, and they came back and almost, I believe, the World Series. And they grabbed all guys are like low contracts. That's all they did, and they turned out to be I think they won the World Series or came close to winning the World Series.
They did much better.
Oakland A's.
Yeah, the Oakland A's. Thank you, Frank. No, they didn't win the World Series, but they went with on-base percentage. All right, by the way, we have this attack on the Qatar U.S. base is underway. Let's dip into Fox a little bit here if we can, guys, in a second, to get a sense from Troy Yanks, who is live on the scene.
Iranian state media at this hour, who says that they launched this attack, calling it the annunciation of victory. Iranian state media also saying their military says this was a devastating and powerful attack. This is not unexpected propaganda to receive from the regime in Tehran, but again, an indication that the Iranians are looking to save face following this U.S. strike that went after their nuclear facilities over the weekend. Other regional countries, including Kuwait, Bahrain, and the UAE, do remain on high alert at this hour over concern that there could be further attacks on U.S. interests in the region. Of course, the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. There are also thousands of American forces in Kuwait. And then the possibility that Iraq could be targeted as well. I can take you back to 2020 when the Americans ordered that drone strike against Qasem Soleimani outside of Baghdad's international airport. The Iranians responded then with 13 ballistic missiles against the Ain al-Assad air base in western Iraq. And so, of course, missile defense systems across the region remain on high alert. Again, the Americans knew this was a possibility and largely evacuated much of their personnel from these areas.
All right, that's from Fox News as it's going forward. Again, we're monitoring it to see the result of this attack. Once we know that, then we'll have more of a sense of what the United States might do here. And already you're seeing the court, oh, I told you so. No, we knew they were going to have to save face here a little bit. They have to do something. Does that mean, oh boy, now Trump is not going to do that. We're not going to see that. And I don't think we're going to strike at their population centers or anything like that in this mode. But it is a test of will with these bloodthirsty maniacs fueled by their bloodthirsty interpretation of religion. They are a threat to the world. They are determined to get that weapon. You see North Korea, it's bad enough there. It's a Looney Tune ideology. This religious fanaticism, we would be at risk. We are at risk in this country thanks to Joe Biden and his entire administration. Unleashing how many of these Iranian sleeper cells? Now, this is going to ratchet up the American people here to say, yeah, we got to be even tougher on illegal immigration, I would hope. But as far as backing Trump on this so far, it is incredible the level of support. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll take more of your calls coming up. Jump in on the side question. Scott Presler at 2 o'clock today. All on Talk Radio 1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Tom Giordano show. So something, let me just break it down, and we'll have John Yu and somebody like that on to break it down further. What Democrats are going to be using, and they're using Madeline Dean, is a disgraceful representative, but she represents the mores of the suburbs. What can I tell you? Madeline Dean expressed that she's always maintained Iran shouldn't possess nuclear weapons. She criticized the decision to carry out the attack without seeking authorization from Congress. She stated there has been no evidence presented of an imminent threat to the United States. Hey, you moron, stay over in Bluebell. Get a pancake there. She attributed the targeted attack on Iran's nuclear facilities to the Iranian regime's failure to reach a deal despite months of negotiations with the previous administration. Well, one of the things Democrats will be putting out is what they call the major questions doctrine. Now, what this means is it's an interpretation by the Supreme Court to limit the power of federal agencies. It dictates that courts should not interpret ambiguous statutes to grant agencies broad regulatory authority over matters unless Congress has clearly authorized such. Look, Congress has forfeited a lot here. And the fourth body of government, Santorum used to be on with me talking about all this well ahead of it. The regulators, the EPA, the education department, they jump in, and because nobody has said anything here, they do whatever they want. They make law, in other words. So what they're going to try to determine is that Trump is doing the same thing. Remember that phrase, the major questions doctrine. And Trump is not. What he is exercising as commander-in-chief his powers when we're under the War Powers Act particularly, which he's complied with, when we're under imminent threat. And we are under imminent threat if they get a nuclear weapon. All right, all I can tell you now is Iran is attacking several bases in the Middle East, mainly in Qatar, but it appears to be they may be attacking also in Iraq. Can we dip into Fox News here? I just wanted to see
how their military chain of command has been decimated over the past week and a half. And so they're still able to coordinate this response. There is an understanding that this is a very large country, more than 90 million people in Iran. And so, of course, they knew that if there was going to be a regional war, it would come in waves. And so they have capabilities. They still can target U.S. interests in the region. But again, it appears today that they've tried to limit this with just targeting initially this U.S. base just outside of Doha, Qatar. And according to reports, coordinate their response as to not drag the United States into the war more directly.
All right, there you go. There's the money. There's the money shot here, though. So even though they're launching, is this a saving face thing in order that we don't get drawn in more? And what Trump's going to do is he's going to hold his fire here, so to speak, keep his powder dry. He's not just going to launch into this in a manner to say, well, they fired one shot at Americans, so I'm going to decimate them. That's not what he's going to do. You know it, and I know it. No slippery slope here. So the Iranians save face here. We'll see the extent of the damage, but you heard what they just said on Fox. More of, yeah, we did something here, but what? Is this more, something you check a box? Well, we did fire back. How limited? By the way, in the heat of all this, since I weren't, speaking of heat, it's on my mind, I am wearing the new Dr. Bentz wear today. It's black. It's exactly a shirt that Dr. Bentz wears every time he's looking into your mouth. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. And if you missed any of the show on Friday, I'm not wearing it because I can't do it justice. I'd have to stand up on the back. But thanks to Johnny and his wife, just beautifully done. The new tropical look of our summer White House. Beautifully put together, the detail, the printer that I mentioned on Friday. And they still might have some left. I know they had a lot, and a lot of people wanted them. I think Scott Presler was wearing one in his filming of this. So thanks to Johnny, I'll be wearing this in coming days. Dr. Bentz gear today. But what a spectacular, including our own T-shirt line. That is the summer White House. It is our place. The next one in July. When you hear it, as soon as I get the go-ahead of when that'll be, you got to be there for this. It's a Friday. You make a day out of it. It is it's the best of talk radio. I was telling Greg this morning, no talk radio station is pulling off two events like that, 5-7 miles apart. I was in Wildwood, and Rich was over in Cape May at the Grand Hotel. Yeah, we don't have shuttle service yet. Other than that, I know Linda Kearns was at both, once with Matt DeSantis, the other debating me. So it's a spectacular, covering the Jersey Shore. And again, if you're anywhere near Wildwood, you got to stop in the Mulligans, say hello, and just thank them for providing the platform where we can all come together with this. And the gravy sauce thing is not over yet. I don't know how we come out of this. I usually stand with elections. This was a shocker, though. I thought it was going to be close, 5 votes one way or another, maybe. All right, so the Qatar air defense has apparently intercepted the missile attack targeting the base. We don't think any got through, according to the initial reports. So is this the Iranian saving face? Yeah, and I think Trump will get that. That's exactly right. What do we do if we have these maniacs kill us in this country? Well, that would be a different thing. I would say then there's going to be reprisal that will be severe. But after 45 years of them murdering us, what does it take? See, it's not Madeline Dean. It's not the Houlihan. Houlihan is in the Delaware Valley Journal today, my favorite spot online, Delaware Valley Journal, attacking all this. She's in the military. Mikey Sherrill. These are the very same people when Biden attacked all over the place. Oh, but it wasn't the Iranians. No, it's Trump. That's what this is about. The nugget I saw today in his last year in office, 2016, President Obama launched 26,000 bombs on 7 nations. So come on, who are we kidding here? It's about Trump. But it's also about these people in the suburbs. Are these crazy people in Montgomery County, where Madeline Dean is, are they that insulated from reality that they don't understand what Iraq getting a nuclear weapon would mean? That they really think you can talk to people who said, in your face, we are going to build this 300 feet beneath the mountain. Now what are you going to do? And we said, we're going to fly 37 hours, and we're going to hit you with somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 of these bombs. That's what we're going to do. And when you start it up again, if need be, we're going to build bigger ones and blow it up even more. And your nuclear scientists, the Israelis, are going to kill every one of them. That's what we're going to do. To these people in Montgomery, Delaware County, Chester County, but particularly Montgomery, that's where Dean is. What is their deal? Again, Guy Shiraki and I have talked about this endlessly. They're insulated. They're insulated from the crime in Philadelphia. Coming up, I got to talk today about the opening of the trial of that maniac from Bucks County who killed Officer Fitzgerald, stood over him and shot him again in cold blood at Temple. Finally, we have the trial. Oh, he might serve life in jail. Yeah, right. Krasner will be all over this, undermining his own case. They're insulated from this. I don't know how you can be insulated in Delaware County, but apparently people in Delaware County, it's horsey country now too. Oh, we're in our little suburban world. And we don't have to face the consequences of this until it comes home. So we're going to continue to put shameless individuals, moronic individuals, like the Dean of Decency into Congress. For life, apparently. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We'll update you on any more that we see with this attack on U.S. base in Qatar that apparently has been deflected. What's the next step? That's what we're waiting for. Hit us on the side question, too, here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? You know,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It'll be a Reds, White, and Blue holiday weekend at CBP when the Reds come to town on Friday, July 4th at 1:05, Saturday, July 5th at 4:05, and Sunday, July 6th at 1:35. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, monitoring the Iranian pushback, such as it is. New York Times, of all people, reporting that Iran notified Qatar of the attacks on the U.S. air base there in advance, that Iran told them in advance, I'm not sure how many minutes, that we're going to be firing on the U.S. base there. So what does that tell us? Well, I think it's a tell that this is saving face, and the Iranians trying to have it both ways, fire at the American base, sort of, but the Qatar air defenses intercepted the missile attack for their own people, for their own status, while not really trying to take this out. That's what it tells me, and I think that's a fair assessment. And I think Trump's going to see it that way, and he is not going to then just say, oh, let's get into deeper of where we are with this. Democrats already, though, are trying to put that into play. What is wrong with these people in the suburbs? Houlihan, Mary Gay Scanlon, the Dean of Decency. Prior to this, they had that Susan Wild woman up there in Lehigh Valley. What is wrong with these people that they cannot? How much more talking would we do till we woke up and they had a nuclear weapon? I mean, there are pretty substantial reasons to believe that they have moved some stuff around, and God knows how close they might be, if they can get full operation again, to actually having a functioning nuclear weapon.
I do have what Madeline Dean cares about instead, Dom.
Let's hear it.
Bananas.
Yeah,
What's the tariff on bananas? Americans, by the way, love bananas. We buy billions of them a year. I love bananas. What's the tariff on bananas?
Yeah, you love bicycles, too, with slave labor in China. Or was that your husband? Yeah, what is it with these Democrat women? That's my husband. That's how we made millions. Mikey Sherrill, I don't get into the finances of the family. It's my husband that made the $7 million on all this stock trading. So is it they're just insulated in the suburbs, that reality doesn't come through to them? Even some of the, here is Van Jones. And Van Jones I've had on several times. I differ with him politically, but he's a smart guy. And he, in many instances, is reasonable. Listen to what he said. This is cut 13, Henry. Van Jones about, we know for sure that Iran is enriching uranium. We're not guessing like we were. He's distinguishing the difference for progressives between what Iran is doing and what we thought Iraq was doing. Here's what he said.
Should Congress be getting involved in this? Because I've talked to several, right?
What's that?
I've talked to several members of Congress this week who are saying, hi, we should have a say in this, and we are not getting the briefings that we normally would get.
Yeah, I think the process does matter here, and I think there's a lot of smart people in Congress who can answer all of Tucker's questions and all of Senator Cruz's questions who are not being engaged. But there's a danger in both parties of trying to drive looking in the rearview mirror. Iraq was an unmitigated disaster from the beginning. And by the way, 85% of black voters said don't go into Iraq back then. But Iraq and Iran are not the same. And this is an important thing for us to keep in mind. We know for sure that they're enriching uranium. They say it. The United Nations says it. I mean, it's so we're not guessing. Are there weapons of mass destruction? We know they're within breakout range. We know that with literally guys with flip-flops, box cutters, have done horrible with that ideology. People with way less weaponry have done horrible things with 9/11, horrible things with October 7th. And so this is a real threat and a real problem. Now, if the United States, which has the only bomb in the world that can bust that bunker, drops the bomb, it's true. Iran might do something, and then we have to do something. We might get sucked in. But the idea we're going to get sucked into the point of having hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground in Iran, I think, is not right, and it should not color our thinking about a true existential threat for the entire world.
All right.
Bingo, Van Jones. There you go. The Pentagon says their initial statement not aware of any U.S. casualties. So Iran tells their sources in Qatar, we're going to be firing missiles at the U.S. base in advance of firing said missiles. They know Qatar's defenses are apparently going to shoot them down. Why are they doing it? Save face, sort of. To say they did something, to posture. Maybe to say the next time we're not going to tell you. Okay, what's Trump going to do? Trump sees this. Not going to make a move. There's nothing else that's going to go on now here around this other than to have positioned to intimidate even more U.S. military resources in case there is an all-out attack of some way, shape, or form that I can't imagine.
I'm looking to get this confirmed, but there are sources out there saying that apparently suicide drones have now been launched at the U.S. military base in Iraq.
Okay.
I'll keep you updated on that if I can fully confirm that. But it's a very fast developing situation here.
Sure. I think it's interesting, though, that even the New York Times saying that Qatar was told in advance the missiles are going to be fired or were on their way to alert them and give them a better chance, about shutting down, knocking those from the sky. All right, let me go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Hey, Joe. Great time on Friday. Love meeting your son.
Tom, thank you for making that whole day special for everyone. That was really
it's the best.
exceptional.
It's the best. Even Kelsey Grammer is only tied with it. That's how good I thought it was.
I would take it above Kelsey. I really would. And not just for, my receipts on it, but everyone else, from Scott Pressler to Linda Kearns to, the police, the veteran, the hero staff that you supplied. It was great. It really was. So, and I wanted to touch on with Linda, but I just didn't have the opportunity, not just in support of you, but I wanted Linda to know, in the absence of Scott, because he was inundated, that New Jersey still has a lot of heart and soul left where, we can do this. We really can, in spite of all the subversion and the corruption that goes on in North Jersey. There's a lot of heart and soul left. You see it in South Jersey, but there's still got to be an element up in North Jersey that could support Chitterelli.
Oh, without a doubt. I think it's pretty even at this point. I wouldn't make either the overwhelming favorite. I'm wary, as you said, though. You hear Essex and Hudson County. Oh, man. Worse than Chicago,
Oh, Patterson when those towers fell,
yeah.
the people celebrating in the street, disgusting. But I still think we got more to overrule them still left in our fabric. Dom, I think you blew it with Linda Kearns that day. I thought you won, but it's still up for debate. All you had to look at Linda Kearns and say, how many Elvis songs did they play at the completion of any Major League Baseball game? With New York,
right?
You know, I mean, that's a staple.
Did they play his version? Wait a minute, though. Did they play Sinatra's version, or is it blasphemy? Did they do the other guy's version? No?
Oh, no, that's all Sinatra. Every time.
Okay.
And that's because I'm a Yankee fan. Don't hold it against me.
The Yankees,
my side,
the Yankees are okay. It's Dallas that's a problem. I like the Yankees organization. Yeah,
I know, and I got to give that. I really do. And this Cutter thing. I mean, is this like an opera going on here? They're going to warn us that they're throwing these things.
They did.
You know, It's like shadow boxing, but still sneaking one in under the chin. It's ridiculous.
So what do you have on the side, Joe?
My side is, you know, before they started wrapping these guys in bubble wrap, the original guys that used to go over the Niagara Falls in the barrels.
Ah, that is a great one. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, this is a good one. All right, we'll flush them out. I know there's some great ones out there. Things that were a gamble or a big risk. FedEx, the guy went to the Baccarat table to keep it going. I thought it was a success right out of the box. It's just an American genius. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. We'll continue to update you on these attacks in quotes. And I want to give you a little bit more. Today, I think they're picking the jury of the Bucks County man accused of killing Temple police officer Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald. Not just killing him, assassinating him, shooting him, wounding him, and then standing over him from a complete distance, 18 inches, something like that, and shooting him to death. Miles Pfeiffer faces the possibility of a life sentence. What do you need for the death penalty? What do you need in the minds of Philadelphia for the death penalty? And then they worry about crime. If that's not the death penalty, well, he's only 20. All right, a little bit more on that coming up. And tomorrow, maybe we'll have Bill Devlin on. I know he's going to be there on Wednesday rallying the troops around this. Going to be a lot of people there for it, a lot of turnout. 855-839-1210.
Make the most of your summer spending with the Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. Be rewarded for all your summer adventures by earning 3% on essentials like gas and groceries, 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke, all perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is the trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A heat health emergency is in effect in Philadelphia through Wednesday night, with temperatures rising to almost 100 the next couple days. The FBI is leading an investigation into 2 men who held up an armored truck in Port Richmond Saturday. And local experts say you can cut down yard work this summer by planting native trees and plants.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Dan and I talking during the break. Remember drones? What, you got the hoodie on now? That's conspiratorial.
Oh, yeah, look at me. I look like the
drones over New Jersey and all that. We're watching these suicide drones fly into Israel, which are low cost and do damage that way. Mm-hmm. And remember our own Jeff Van Drew. And, oh, man, they were killing him. Maybe some foreign power
so
had the mothership offshore with drones.
All right, so let's tie this all together, Dom. Going back to Jeff. Well, first off, this is unconfirmed still,
right.
But apparently, according to Vicegrad and other sources on Twitter, and as we know, Twitter isn't real news, so once we get confirmation, we'll go further. But there's allegedly been a wave of suicide drones targeting a U.S. military base in Iraq that was sent from Iran. And these suicide drones are something that Iran's been proud of. They've been sending them towards Israel for a while. Jet fighters videos.
Cheap.
They're cheap, really cheaply made. Jet fighters shooting them down. Well, we had that drone situation back in New Jersey, and Jeff Van Drew made national headlines here on the Dom Giordano international headlines here on the Dom Giordano program for suggesting conspiracy that. And there is if you go back to Business Insider back December 2024, Iran retrofitted a container ship into what they called a drone carrier, and satellite footage had noted that had left the port for the first time. So Jeff Van Drew on our show drew maybe a tie between what we were seeing over our heads and a ship that had left Iran's port. Maybe, I don't know, he suggested could it be off the coast of the United States? My biggest fear, and I'm a conspiracy theorist, did Jeff Van Drew have intel? Was he shunned in a public manner? And could there be a threat of Iran having these suicide drones somewhere close enough to attack the United States domestically?
And there was that mayor, I forget the town now, who was spectacular, the stuff that cargo ships and things of that. So we're on it. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a little bit more. Guy Shiraki, when I brought up this whole thing with Madeline Dean and these others, reminded me of the great point that he's making, that they want this, and see if I can get the essence of it. These people in the suburbs want progressivism because they're insulated from what progressivism does. Sometimes it's just silly. Many times it can get you killed. They want it in moderate tones. But, Guy, I would add to that, and maybe sexism because it's 3 women here. They want it in these hectoring, moderate tones. You know, the worst example of a school teacher. Always with that. That's Dean, particularly. Lecturing constantly. Remember with the Attorney General, no, you're not getting a bathroom. I reclaim my time. Do these women and these 3, do they wake up? I reclaim my time. What are you talking about? Where are we with reclaiming what time? And what I say, I can't imagine being married to them. I just can't even, but that's what the suburbs want. They want this progressivism, this insulation, and Guy's right. They want it in a, quote, moderate. In other words, they're not doing what the squad does. This is the JV practice squad, and they have a different tonality. Even though they're lecturing us, they never stop. Even though they're hypocritical beyond belief. Madeline Dean, Joe DiStefano. Joe, great work by you in the Inquirer exposing Madeline Dean and the husband, the bicycle stuff in China. And yet we have to hear constantly from them. One attack after another. Oh, but we're moderates. We have to be moderate. They want to believe that. That's the biggest story that Guy's on to something here, and I've been on something with this the last 10 or 15 years. What's happened to the Philadelphia suburbs? Montgomery County seems to me, people moved there from Philadelphia, and they brought the same liberal policies, failed. Delaware County, I somewhat blame the Republican Party. They were in charge, and people turned on them, and Democrats now have become increasingly progressive. Chester County is in motion to go the same way. Bucks County is the only place that we have a fighting chance. All right, coming up, the great Scott. Go ahead,
just want to put it out there. It looks like it wasn't. There are denials that it was suicide drones, but it does look like apparently ballistic missiles were sent towards Iraq. So I just want to clarify in case we get a
And by giving the heads up, and we don't know how much of the heads up, it appears that the Qatar air defenses were able to knock them down. And that's a good play by Iran. They can save face while at the same time say they did something without causing damage to Americans. All right, Scott Presler, supposed to be on vacation. I hope you met him on Friday. It was all out with him. One of his best ever. He's next. He's got some big news on what's happening here in Pennsylvania with voter registration. Big news. And he got bumped due to this from the Laura Trump show. I was, sitting in. I wrote, it's about time for Scott Presler, and then all hell broke loose. He's next, and your calls in Dom's Money Melody, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era?
Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guaranteed to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance.
Legends and caregiving New Jersey families the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, waiting on Scott Presler. He'll be here momentarily. He's got some big news about what's happening in Pennsylvania. By the way, just watching the Dow, it's up 64%. We had Daniel Turner on earlier making the point that oil, due to Trump and the American dominance here, is not as much of an issue as you would expect in the past when something like this has gone on. And we're seeing reports of attacks, or at least the air defenses, up in Bahrain and Iraq. And Danny Booch on Twitter says, well, I hope you're happy. We're involved with the Mideast again. Well, we have been here. And I wanted to link to Scott Presler, who was incredible on Friday. Just amazing. And I got to find out that camera. What's the name of that camera I have? I want that, Dan, for my documentary.
The camera? I want to know about the diet.
Well, the diet, too. We'll get to all that.
Fantastic.
But, hey, Scott, linking to today's events and your faith in Trump on this and my faith, that when he ran, you would go to college campuses and say, this is a guy who's not going to get us boots on the ground in these wars. And so far, I think that is 100% correct with President Trump.
Yes. Well, number one, thank you again for having me this weekend at Mulligan's, and shout out to Mulligan's in Wildwood, New Jersey, home of the Dom Giordano annual event. But I have no qualm with saying, A, if the election were held tomorrow, November 2024, of the presidential election, would I vote for President Trump again, knowing what I know now? Absolutely, without a doubt, without a hesitation. And look at what's happening right now. So I think it's really important to put some things into context. I'm not a geopolitical expert, But here's what I do know. I know that President Obama, Democrat, gave in cash $1.7 billion to Iran in cash in 2016. And in addition to that, you had President Obama that drew a red line in the sand with Iran. And then he let Iran continue to march across that red line, and there were never any repercussions for that. So the difference between President Obama in allowing Iran to continue to potentially enrich uranium and have nuclear capability is we have a president now, President Trump, that he doesn't reward Iran with money. And instead, he gives them 60 days to come to a peace deal. And after repeatedly saying Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, we are seeking peace, come to the table, negotiate, work with us. Well, President Trump is not going to make the mistake that President Obama did and draw a red line and then just walk away with it. And so we didn't put boots on the ground. He did a targeted, swift strike on 3 of the nuclear bases to make sure that they're not going to continue their efforts to enrich uranium. And so what happened right now, you had Iran warn Qatar that they were going to attack an air base in Qatar ahead of time. So to anyone that's saying, oh no, World War III is coming, they're hitting the panic button, guys, Iran is trying to save space because they know that they are in a weakened, vulnerable state right now. And the entire world sees that. President Trump sees that. Russia sees that. Everybody sees that if Iran really wanted to do damage, they wouldn't have attacked a base that we already moved all of our forces out of. There were no casualties, and they warned Qatar of the incoming attack prior to it happening. And all of those things lead me to believe, as not a geopolitical expert, but seeing with my eyes, that Trump is not going to get us into an endless war. He is fighting peacefully with a giant big stick to try to get Iran to negotiate and come to the table. And for those reasons, I'm going to continue to support President Trump. And I think ultimately, let's come to the most peaceful situation possible, that we don't allow nuclear weaponry with Iran, which is a national security threat to the globe and to America.
Without a doubt. And Scott, on Friday, I tried to draw you in a little bit more. I know you want to be seen as not a geopolitical expert, but I think your analysis helps to carry your message, when I hear it, about why Trump, your efforts that you're making, why we have to win places. Like your best message is the best I've ever heard, which is you got to win them all. You got to win these smaller races. And as courtly as you are, and Ro talked about how well-mannered and how you approach people, you're also, though, in the big picture, willing to say when people are not embracing early voting in the Jersey primary, you're going to lose if we don't do that in the upcoming governor's race. It's obvious.
Well, look, I'm a nice guy. I'm not here to fight. You saw me. Gosh, yeah. I'm a gentle giant. I bend over backwards to talk to every single person, and I stayed there for hours and hours, even after I was done filming with you on the radio, thankfully. But at the end of the day, I'm here to win. This is about winning, and the worst thing that could happen is for Pennsylvania and New Jersey, for Republicans not to win this November, which would give Democrats momentum going into 2026, right, which would help Democrat Governor Shapiro, which we don't want, and which would help potentially Democrats take the House and therefore impeach our president. I don't want any of that to happen. That's why I'm working so hard. And I try to remind people, look, we have Governor Murphy today, terrible, awful Democrat Governor Murphy in New Jersey, lockdown Murphy, because 84,000 votes decided the 2021 election. And I don't want that to happen. So therefore, we're encouraging, hear me out for a second. I know that people are against a mail-in ballot, but I want you to consider it your emergency backup ballot. This is, God forbid, your mother-in-law falls and you got to go to California to take care of her, how are you going to vote on Election Day if you have to take care of your mother-in-law? Let's say that your daughters have earaches and you got to take them to the emergency room and they're having terrible medical emergency issues that you can't vote on Election Day. How are you going to vote? Or let's say that you're the breadwinner for your family, and all of a sudden you have to do a big deal that you have to travel internationally, and you're not going to be home on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. How are you going to vote? And the reason why I know these stories is because these are real-life stories that people have called me, and I wasn't able to help them, and they weren't able to vote. I'm here to get as many Republicans out to vote as humanly possible. And so I encourage you, if you're in New Jersey and you're listening to me right now, if you're in Pennsylvania and you're listening to me right now, you can request an emergency backup ballot, aka a mail-in ballot, that let's say that you're able to vote on Election Day, Dom. Mm-hmm. You can still vote on Election Day. In Pennsylvania, you surrender your ballot and you spoil it. In New Jersey, you vote a provisional ballot, and then that ballot, once they make sure that you didn't vote twice, is counted. You can still request an emergency backup ballot and still vote on Election Day, and only one vote will be counted. You're only voting once. I'm just asking you to get a plan B, because I don't want Mikey Sherrill, the Democrat gubernatorial candidate in New Jersey, to be Governor Murphy's third term in New Jersey. I'm here to win.
That is, that's very, I didn't think about that, Scott. So exactly, people can do that, and then they can spoil it, as you said, and vote on Election Day. So particularly in New Jersey, this way you know 100% one way or the other you're going to vote.
Yes, it's not an either or. It's not a you must vote by mail. You must use your emergency backup ballot. This is, guys, I want to make sure that we are stopping the reckless property taxes from increasing. I want to stop your electrical bills from being out of control. I want to stop the rampant crime in Newark and Camden. I want to create a state that could mimic Florida, and you're actually going to have people moving into New Jersey, not fleeing New Jersey. And it's a beautiful state, despite the lack of plastic bags, despite the tolls. But you know what? We can change that. We can change that with Jack Ciattarelli for governor of the state of New Jersey.
By the way, just one personal question, too. Dan and I were admiring the filming going on. That camera that the woman, your filmographer had, that looked like a pretty impressive camera.
Yeah, Kara is with my team, and what I will do is I will ask Tara what kind of videography that she uses, and if we can get a Dom Giordano, videographer going on, I think that would be pretty spectacular.
Yes, I do. I think several people would apply for that job.
I think yes. Or who knows? Maybe Dan is a multifaceted and multi-talented person. Maybe that's something, and you'll have a really good angle.
Yeah, that's right, a 6'8" angle. There you go. Scott, you have big news, though. I follow, of course, as even on air, the persistence. Your big news in Pennsylvania. What's happened?
Yes, well, a couple pieces of news. I'll end with Pennsylvania. For anyone that was expecting to see me with Laura Trump, I'm so sorry that on Saturday it was bumped, and I will be appearing on Laura Trump's show, My View with Laura Trump, on Saturday at 9 p.m., so it was bumped 1 week because of Iran. Part number 2 is a documentary will be coming out on me at the end of the month. More details, stay tuned.
Oh, wait a minute, I can't let you get by that. Can you give us anything at the end of the month?
I will be letting you know all those details, but we are looking forward to a 10-episode program that has been documenting our work. And in fact, Mulligan's might even appear in there at some point because they were out there filming. And now, drum roll for Pennsylvania, because this should excite everyone, including our election and security people. So, the Pennsylvania Department of State actually did a purge following the May 20th primary, and Democrats lost, I think, 800 voters. I think Republicans lost 400. But here's what a lot of people won't look at when they type into the internet, PA voter reg by party, and go to the website. If you go to the active versus inactive, that's what caught my attention. In the last week, the Democrats had 9,000 voters move from active to inactive, meaning there are a lot of people that haven't voted for the last 8 years, and 6,000 of them were out of Philadelphia County. So, remember how I always tell you about how close we are to flipping Pennsylvania from blue to red?
Yep.
Well, if you remove inactive voters, this is breaking news, we are 87,700 voters away from flipping Pennsylvania to a plurality of registered Republicans. That would be the lowest amount in modern history in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. The only thing I can think of more remarkable that I see this in front of me, and you're one of the architects, is that we had a Republican mayor in Philadelphia. Short of that, this is amazing stuff. Listeners have to remember, Scott, it was about at one point 1.5 million advantage across the state for Democrats.
Yes. Yeah, just a decade ago with President Obama, 1.2 million, 1.3 million, and now 87,700. So I don't know who the candidate is going to be. Is it going to be Stacey Garrity next year? Is it going to be Dan Muser? But Shapiro is vulnerable. We can flip the governorship and get things like lower property taxes, if not no property taxes. We can do things like school choice. We can do things like repealing Act 77, but it starts this year in 2025 and saying no to the 5 statewide judges that are all Democrat that are going to be on the retention election this November. Remember, 3 of them are Supreme Court justices. One is Commonwealth Court, one is Superior, but they're all Democrat. They all need to go. And that momentum of winning this year will carry over to the midterms next year.
Absolutely. And before we tell people where to find you and help continue this great work, Scott, I'm your research team here. Maybe it's a small thing, but did you see that the state Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, where we're targeting particularly these 3 judges, they affirmed the bicycle's right to use the road, even if they're in front of you in a 40, 45 mile an hour lane, they can stay in front of your vehicle if they choose and drive their bike.
Yes, I saw that. And thank you. How astute of you. Even my team picked that up. And, I think that's going to, ironically enough, drive, pun intended, a lot of people to vote no to retention November. Yeah, especially with what we're seeing. I mean, what is that going to allow? What if you're going to have these Hamas-supporting Palestinian rioters start driving bikes? Is the Supreme Court going to say, oh, well, they're driving bikes and they're protesting. Might as well allow them to get in front of these cars on the road. I could see such a thing happening, even though it sounds laughable.
Yep. Scott, where do we find you? What do people do?
Please. Well, right now, I'm calling from Holden Beach, North Carolina. I'm on vacation, but I want to make it clear I always make time for the 2 o'clock segment with Dom Giordano on 1210 Talk Radio. And people can find me at earlyvoteaction.com. And again, please request your emergency backup ballot. The online portal is available. You can type into the internet, apply mail-in ballot Pennsylvania, and you'll find the portal online very easily.
Thank you, Scott. Enjoy vacation until next week and Saturday night, 9 o'clock with Laura Trump.
That's right. Thanks, Don.
Thank you, Scott. Oh, God, the guy is just, that's a new wrinkle today from Scott Presler. His staff did see that, though. You know, you could say, come on, you guys are going to get these judges kicked out because they say that bicyclists have exactly the same right as you do. They can be in front of you for miles. You're on a 35, 40, 45 mile or something like that. You can't go around them the other way. And when the state trooper stopped this guy, he said, I'm not giving you my identification. Why should I? That's what triggered this Supreme Court case. That's the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. In matters big and small, they're disgraceful. 3 of them up for retention. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Oh, I love this week. The $50 Metro Diner gift card certificate.
Ooh.
Visit metrodiner.com to place your order today. What do we have?
Yeah, Dom. So today's Money Melody, I'm going to tie Friday's show into today's show.
All right.
Obviously, Friday, big part of the draw was having the debate between you and Linda Kearns on who's the better performer, artist, Frank Sinatra or Elvis Presley. Today I'm going to play that second-rate Elvis Presley today. I'm going to play one of his songs covered by a man who has a penchant for gambling as well as being a chicken aficionado. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just going to let the clue play out.
He's a chicken guy.
Another bad cover in that this is one of the major Elvis buildups, you know? I don't know anybody who can do it. He's so identified with it, I can't imagine doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a tough one to cover for sure. But this guy covering Elvis, he's a gambler, and he's got a thing for good chicken.
Can I get that other clue I said, too?
Go ahead.
He once did a portrait of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. All right, phone lines are 855.
Chicken's more interesting, apparently.
All right, you can get chicken over at the Metro Diner, I've been told. $50 gift card. All you have to do is jump in right now at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. Let's get a winner quickly here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? No,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats.
One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles all month long. Right now during the Jeep Tops Off sales event, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $420 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? Show me the money.
All right, that is right. Let's hear the clue again. This guy covering this great Elvis song, and he's a big chicken guy. All right, hit us with that, and you're off to the Metro Diner. Let's go to Michelle in Medford. All right, Michelle, who's covering the song?
It's Kenny Rogers.
I would never would have guessed. That's right, chicken. All right, it was right there in front of us. Enjoy the Metro. You won a $50 Metro Diner card, gift certificate. Visit metrodiner.com to place your order today. It's a great spot. $50 goes a long way. Henry, anything else? Great Seinfeld episode with Kenny and the chicken.
That's all I think about.
Kenny.
Kramer sitting in the bed when the light goes out. Yeah, it's all time.
Rocking back
and
forth
I mean,
with chicken.
when you're talking about all-time gambles, you can't not think of the song "The Gambler." It's all time.
Yes, exactly right. Great song. Line from it that's immortal. All right, that's the side question today.
Oh, you don't care about the time that he took a picture of the First Lady? Kidding. Also, Kenny Rogers, a well-respected photographer, was invited to the White House to create a portrait of Hillary Clinton back in 1993 for a special called A Day in the Life of Country Music.
He was doing a portrait?
Yeah, but like a photographic portrait.
Oh, okay, because I broadcast from the White House, as we know, and about a 10-foot-high picture of Hillary Clinton was right in front of us.
I wonder if it was the same
It was frightening. It was frightening. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I'll turn it around. Yeah. No, it's just her sitting in a chair.
Okay.
It makes her look really good. I mean, he is a good photographer because he made her look good.
Right. Sorry. I have not seen her up close in person. Just that. Bill Clinton I have, and he looked presidential. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you
We'll
get
that up during the break, youtube.com/@12WPHT to see the portrait of Hillary.
All righty. We're monitoring. Israel is now striking back at Iran at this point. And again, the story is going to continue over the next 24 hours. Well, the Saudi foreign minister, this is critical, condemns the Iranian strike on Qatar. By the way, this guy on Twitter, you can say Qatar.
It's Qatar.
No, it's all right. Here we go. It's a great
There's
Qatar.
an H sound at the end.
Qatar.
No, it's Qatar.
Is the anglicized pronunciation that most news organizations
say Qatar.
No, they're not saying Qatar like this is guitar listeners. No, it's Qatar. Just like it's niche.
Qatar.
And I'm trying to remember
Is
the
it
other
Iran?
one. Yeah.
Should we ask our Farfali friend?
Yeah, so let's see what he says. Yeah, they're far.
Cue me up, put me up.
All right.
Yeah.
What's the pronunciation?
Hold on. Here we go. Why isn't it playing? Oh, it's because I have it muted.
Yeah.
And how it's usually pronounced in English. There are two different pronunciations in English and then a pronunciation in Arabic. So let's start with Arabic. The pronunciation is Qatar. Qatar. That's your pronunciation in Arabic. In English, it's more generally pronounced as Qatar, with a stress on the second syllable, but some say it as Qatar as well. Or, more often, the Americans say it as Qatar.
No, get out of here. This is America.
The British would say Qatar.
That's right.
Which is
We
used
speak
to
in the
cut.
English here. It's Qatar. In America, the guy finally got something right. Farfarle. Remember the soups? Yeah. Okay, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. And Drew, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, earlier in the show when you said it was all about Donald Trump, you're so right. Because these hardcore progressives, Dom, they hate Trump more than they love their country. They're rooting for failure in any military operation under our president. You know what I mean? It's a disgrace. You know, so I just had to get that off my chest. I appreciate it, man.
Well, it's certainly Madeline Dean is. Deep down, she knows it. We all know it. And sadly, she represents and she wins overwhelmingly Montgomery County. Are they aware of these things? Are they paying any attention that she's rooting against the U.S. military here?
Yes. Any failure, like, well, what's it going to take, Dom? Like, American loss of life? They're right behind closed doors. They'll be doing high fives. You know, it's a disgrace. They ticked me off so much, man. But I appreciate that. I had to get that off my chest. Thanks, Tom. But the side question, now it's a sports one, and you know I'm going way back a little bit. One of the names is recognizable. Back in 1971, the Phillies had a pitcher who not only pitched a no-hitter, but he hit 2 home runs in the same game. That's like unprecedented today. His name was Rick Wise, and at the end of the season, he was on the trading block. And against a lot of the Phillies fans' wishes, it was a risk. So he was traded, and the pitcher we got in return was a gentleman by the name of Steve Carlton, old lefty himself.
That's a really good one. And sadly, he turned out to be a survivalist of sorts, apparently, but that's later on. All-time great picture. All right, that's what we're looking for. A risk, a gamble. I took off the board. Sully landing on the Hudson. Dan and Henry had great ones, too. We'd love to get yours in. Monitoring what is going on, and it appears to be that the Iranians, saving face, went after a U.S. military base or at least something in Qatar. But they gave ample warning that they were coming, that they were going to do that to the Qatarians. I mean, what do we call the people in Qatar? That's an interesting thing. It's like Delawarians or Delawareans. All right, 855-839-1210. I know what we call where we're going. We call it fabulous. After nearly 15 years of European splendors, I'm so excited about our tour coming up in the fall to Sicily and Calabria. Nobody masters Italy like Conservative Tours. In fact, our guide Lorenzo and the team all hail from Calabria. So does Ro. You may too, but wherever you come from, Calabria and Sicily, what a package. Picture the bustling, colorful markets of Palermo, framed by the azure Mediterranean. Admire the awesome beauty of the architecture that recalls that in Sicily you had the invasion of the Arabs, the Normans. It's a challenge to fully slot Sicily into Italy's culture and nationhood, and that's the beauty of the place. It has all of these contributions. So the dining events, the local wineries will amaze you. The Valley of the Temples, Marsala, it's all there, reminiscent of Greek culture. 5544. That includes airfare, includes everything there. Call 888-733-9493, or you got to go to conservativetours.com, see the full tour laid out. The Godfather part of it. Mount Etna, my favorite, Taormina. It concludes with the best unknown destinations in Italy, Calabria. I'll see you on the cliffs of Taormina only if you do act now. And remember, this is with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. That's the camaraderie. That's the memorable part. Leslie told us she's just had dinner with several people from our last trip 2 years ago. 888-733-9493.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Well, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? No,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-291-3143. 800-291-3143.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Now, get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Or drive home in a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT lease for $289 a month for 36 months. Or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevy, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union.
An extreme heat warning is in effect for the Delaware Valley. Plenty of sunshine, very hot and humid today. High temperature up around 98, but it'll feel more like 105 with the humidity. The record high for today is 98. For tonight, mostly clear, very muggy and warm with a low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And Tuesday, continued sunshine, hot and humid with a high 99.
Save more and spend with purpose when you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account. Earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So, poor Marjorie Taylor Greene. Trump has reneged on his promises. He's going to start World War III. And Eric Erickson, who is a real anti-Trump radio host, extreme, thanking those that have been calling Trump taco. Trump always chickens out. He says that's what propelled Trump to take the action that we've seen in Iran. Oh, my goodness. The underbelly of this is just incredible. This is classic Trump looking at this, looking at the percentages, looking at the way to do this correctly. And the point we've been making, no damage reported, U.S. base in Qatar, no Iranian missiles reached that base. And it seems widely reported now that the Iranians tipped off the people in Qatar. They would be launching missiles exclusively in that area. The others, we can't confirm if they've launched at other sites. It's the one in Qatar. I don't know. It's a better distance from where they still have missiles or not. Tomorrow, I know we have Michael Watley, head of the RNC, on. And this idea, I think it's a relatively small, but they are big names. Thomas Massey was on with the Theo bro, another moron, right? Talking about what a betrayal this is and how this is similar to the stuff we were told about COVID, 2 weeks to stop the spread. That Trump is exhibiting the same behavior by dropping on maybe 3 major sites that were taking care of things. In other words, Massey's wishing that the U.S. military is not successful here. That's what this comes down to. That's what he's doing. He's gone way too far. Now, whether they'll find somebody to primary this guy or not that could be effective is a little bit doubtful. I think he's in good stead where he is in Kentucky. Rand Paul hasn't said anything like that. I love Rand Paul overall, but there have been times when it's out of bounds. We'll see what he says. All 6 Iranian missiles over Qatar intercepted by the U.S. missile defense system. They told the people in Qatar, and then Qatar alerted the U.S. military. I don't know about how specific it was. Dan, you had something else?
Qatar.
Oh, Qatar. That's right. Yes.
Qatar.
Americans say, they don't say that, and Americans are not saying niche out there, despite
come on.
It just sounds so snobbish.
They don't say niche.
Beyond belief.
It sounds like a slur.
Yeah. And I don't think we're ever going to have a vote on, what is it, is chili a soup or not? But
why not?
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know that we get them. We have to find something that replaces the gravy sauce.
Is soup appropriate in the summer?
Of course it is. It's
okay,
always
good.
appropriate.
No, I'm just making sure you're on my
Yeah, I had...
No, Henry? Are you an anti-soup guy in the
No,
summer?
I'm not an anti-soup guy. I got to think about that, though. Like, I'm not, like, having a bowl of soup on a day like today.
Oh,
really.
I am.
Well, why? You don't just have to have it piping hot. You let it cool down for a minute.
Wait. Hold on. No. That's not. I'm not eating cold soup, Dom.
No, I didn't say cold. I just said it doesn't have to be over. There's a line in between here. Nuance.
Lukewarm soup on a.
I didn't say lukewarm. I said piping
Henry,
hot.
what's your degree outside that you draw your line for soup?
If I'm gonna sweat while eating it, I think that's the line.
All right.
And that's definitely a thing today. I could be eating ice outside and I'd be sweating.
Does that count for gazpacho too?
Yeah. All right, let's go to Earl of Tacony, who I'm trying to remember the memorable moment in front. There were a couple there, but Earl, welcome back. What do you have today?
Hey, Dom. Do you have about 5 minutes? I can go over some helpful tips for dealing with the heat. If not, I could always do it tomorrow.
Yeah, give us your number one tip.
All right. I'll tell you about your building today. Tomorrow I'll tell you how to handle working outside in the heat. I haven't gotten any calls yet. Usually takes a couple of days. People call up. They want me to cut holes in their roof to get rid of the heat in their house. And the problem is, all it does is remove the heat from your ceiling up and through your crawl space between your roof. It doesn't cool your house down.
Right.
What you need to do is, if your house is really warm, if you have, say, double-hung windows where you can lift them from the bottom up or from the top down, lower your windows from the top down. You can take your screens and push them up because heat rises. And if you open the window from the bottom up, you're not going to get that heat out of the ceiling. You need the open window from the top down, and that gets all that heat that's trapped in the ceiling and allows it to vent out. And if you can get one of those little rectangular window fans up in there to go and draw it out, that'll draw it out a lot faster.
Now, let me ask you this, Earl. I don't mean to interrupt you, but say you got an air conditioning unit running and you got the ability to open up your windows and vent out the heat. Is it smart to kind of run the air conditioner with your windows open so it pushes out the hot air, or where do you stand on that?
Yes, you anticipated what I was going to say next. That's exactly right. If you're running your air conditioner and you keep saying, well, my room's not getting any cooler, that's because you're pumping in cold air into piping hot air, and you're making warm air. If you open the window just an inch or two down and you run your air conditioner, people say, well, I'm going to be cooling the outside. No, you're not. Cold air is heavier. It settles to the bottom, to the floor. The hot air rises to the ceiling. If you run your air conditioner and you lower the window down just a little bit, as the air conditioner is running, it's going to fill in the room, and it's going to push that air up, and it's going to push the hot air out of the room.
Great tip. That's exactly what we do. Is that if you have central air or just the room air conditioner?
It'll work with central air.
Okay.
And the thing is, some of the HVAC guys may be glad I'm saying this. Some of them may not. Try to avoid running your air all the time if you don't need to. If your air conditioner stops working, before you call someone to take a look at it or replace it, turn it off for an hour, because in this extreme heat, it's possible the unit may freeze. And if your air conditioner freezes and becomes a block of ice, it's not going to cool anything down.
Gotcha. To be continued tomorrow on that, Earl. Thank you. Those are helpful. What's your side today?
And tomorrow I'll tell you how to jog in this heat.
Wait a minute. Dan needs that today. He's writing notes down.
I don't jog in the cold, so I'm not going to jog
and Earl,
in the heat.
can you eat soup in this heat? I think you should be able to.
Just a precursor for tomorrow. Avoid caffeine. No coffee, no cola, no energy drinks.
It's impossible.
Because caffeine's a diuretic and it'll dehydrate you.
I cannot
Caffeine
do a
will kill
show
you.
without tea, but it's decaffeinated, so I'm safe.
I'm drinking tea myself, so I'm breaking my own rules.
Wait, do you got like a placebo effect going here? Like, why do you need tea to do a show if there's no caffeine?
It's natural to me. I can't.
Did you start with caffeine and you went off of it? And it's just
so.
Okay, got it. Okay, so it's just a habit.
No caffeine.
I thought you just started drinking tea for no reason. Okay.
Soothing. Go ahead.
But my answer to the side question is Israel Swit and George McCann. Israel Swit was a Philadelphia coin dealer in the 1930s. He was working with the treasurer at the United States Mint, George McCann. And McCann would go and find old and rare coins coming in through the mint, and he would sell them to Swit as a coin dealer. And they had, that's a bit risky, but they had a nice little thing going. Then what happened is in 1933, the Mint decided to redesign the $20 gold eagle. And they were testing some of them out. And in 33, Roosevelt made owning gold illegal. So all of the 1933 coins supposed to be destroyed. Now, here's where it gets risky. McCann was falsifying the books and destroying other coins besides the 33s and sold 9 coins to Swit, who he sold to collectors, which is illegal because that's stolen government property. The government didn't find out till 1944. Now, in 1944, the king of Egypt, Farouk, was buying up all sorts of stuff. He was buying Fabergé eggs and artwork, and he bought a whole bunch of coins from Stax Bowers coin auction. And the Treasury Department went and gave an export license to that gold coin, that 1933 gold coin, and exported it. When the Treasury found out, they found the other 9 coins, they confiscated them, they melted them down, and that was still legal to buy and sell. Where it gets risky again is in 2005, the daughter of Israel Swit found another 10 coins in her father's collection. Her father was never prosecuted because by the time they found out that the coins were missing, the statute of limitations expired. But the government confiscated her coins, and at the moment, I think they're in Fort Knox. Nobody really knows. But,
all right, thank you, Earl. We'll end on that. Fort Knox. That's one of the things we don't know.
Because
what's
the end of the
really
story,
there.
though. I don't know. That's
it was a
very long one today, there,
I got
Earl.
the thread, By the way, oil down 7.5% amid this attack on the base in Qatar. That is remarkable. Remember earlier, our guest today, Daniel Turner, talking about this. It shows that American energy dominance is playing out here. That's good. 855-839-1210. You take a line. Hit us. It's the lightning round next.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A heat health emergency is in effect in Philadelphia through Wednesday night, with temperatures rising to almost 100 the next couple days. The FBI is leading an investigation into 2 men who held up an armored truck in Port Richmond Saturday. And local experts say you can cut down yard work this summer by planting native trees and plants.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is exactly right. Henry found out that the FedEx guy who sadly passed away this weekend, the company almost lost, goes to the Baccarat tables. Big score, operational another week. All-time risk, all-time gamble. Ken, in the Northeast. All right, Ken, you got a second here. What are you disputing?
I'm saying as far as air conditioner goes, it doesn't blow in the cold air. It takes the warm air from your house and removes the heat and then blows it back in. So opening up the windows is just going to make your air conditioner run longer and harder.
All right, Dan, we got a shootout on this tomorrow with 100 degrees on the thing.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have to test that here in the studios.
Sauce or gravy, run the air conditioner or not.
Eat soup on a hot day.
Super summer food.
We could have the 10 biggest disputes in life right there in front of us. Is this hair real? Chef Dave, in Oak Glen. Hey, Chef Dave.
It's super summer food.
Okay, you ready, Dom?
Yes.
Okay. Christopher Columbus. Okay. Yeah, you got to get an Italian in there.
Yeah.
The gamble sailing west to reach Asia without certainty what was in the Atlantic. Why was it risky? Unknown ocean routes, limited supplies, resisted by some of the crew. Outcome, discovery of the New World, transforming global trade and geopolitics.
And it's a great one. You left out, though, that it was thought that you would fall off the end of the earth at that time. That's a big one.
Yeah,
thank you. And every Columbus Day, Dan, I put that up, that was much more risk than flying to the moon. And Keith Olbermann, of all people, goes wild attacking me.
The worst person in the world.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, Jerry in Wilmington. Jerry, what's yours?
Yeah, I got a local one, Dom. Lori Grenier, Shark Tank, invested $200,000 or 20% in a funny-looking sponge, which is now sold $600 million worth, and her 20% has earned her $100 million.
Wow.
That's 50 times the investment for that funny-looking.
We had the guy on. We had the guy on the show, the local guy. Yes, that is a great one. Great product. We have it. Okay, Dan, what do you say?
You don't like Earl's Winged Eagles coins answer as a top one now. No, I think Chef Dave, Dom, today might have taken it with Columbus at the end there. The final call, one that we said coming into it, that might be a big one.
I should have taken Columbus off, but Henry, do you have a contender?
Yeah, I like Chef Dave's answer, but I'd also like to promote Jerry and Wilmington's answer there, the Scrub Daddy with Lori Grenier, and Drew and Upper Darby's answer, the Rick Wise for Steve Carlton.
Philly special ever making on there? We got that a couple of times, too.
I got to go with the Columbus, though. Should have taken that one off. That missed it. By the way, ESPN commentator Rebecca Lobo said the referees differ with her, I think, on a charge call in the game yesterday. And she said, well, that makes America great. And she said, right?
Rebecca Lobo?
Yeah, but wait a minute.
That's disappointing.
The other party said, what are you talking, do you want to rephrase that? You can't say that's what makes America great. That for whole show tomorrow on that.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she had to say the other commentator. This is why the
silence.
WNBA is horrible. Said, well, it's just a difference of opinion. No, that's what makes America great. Rebecca Lobo was right. Shouldn't have apologized. And that's why the WNBA is never going to really make it. Mike, even the NBA wouldn't do that, I don't think. All right, Rich Cioli's next, back after a great show over in Cape May. And we're back tomorrow noon until 3 with Michael Watley of the RNC. All that, Talk Radio 12.